problems. Listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785.
WAYY Eau Claire, W286CK Eau Claire, Sports Talk 105.1 and 790 AM. From the 715 Newsroom, it's your news done differently with Morgan McCarthy.
Well, good morning. Here's what we're learning today. You know, when a horse walks into a bar, you say, why the long face? But what about a deer? They're going to find out in Holman, as some staff members found themselves dealing with a wild visitor after surveillance video showed a deer had dashed across the street through a window at Lush Wine Bistro, jumping behind the bar, was there for a few seconds, didn't serve anybody, then ran back out, eventually exiting the business, of course, now dealing with the cleanup from that incident, though no one was hurt. We hop onto campus and see the numbers jumping around. For the third time in as many years, combined enrollment is up at campuses across the Dairyland, with the UW system now releasing official 10th day enrollment numbers that show the number of students enrolled this fall across the UW system is 190 more than last fall. Looking a little bit closer to our own backyard, Western Wisconsin, that does include nearly 9,500 students at UW Eau Claire and just over 10,500 at UW La Crosse, whereas if we bump to Stout, the Blue Devils have just over 7,000. Meanwhile, a proposed bill would require Wisconsin schools to carry cardiac emergency response plans. Familiar name to our area, Senator Jesse James involved in introducing this bill that says it would guarantee schools were ready to jump into action in case of an emergency. Just yesterday, the Wisconsin Senate Public Safety Committee held a hearing to gather opinions on that bill. And how do you feel about screaming when you crunch your popcorn?
We've traced the call. It's coming from inside the house.
Here's Johnny.
I see dead people.
Those lines from famous scary movies either get you running or asking for more. Today may be a day of more as it's National Horror Movie Day. A YouGov poll says 25% of us love them, more men than women. Psychologists say fright triggers a release of adrenaline, and some people crave that. They must. The horror industry generates about $1 billion every year. I'm Bree Tennis.
Well, much less dramatic online when you go to 715newsroom.com. You know, I came in the studio today and Kasper was huddled in the corner with a blanket crying. And I said, dude, it's Thursday. It's almost Friday. What's going on? You got the feels? And he just looked at me and said,
I see dead people.
For Sports Talk 105.1, I'm Morgan McCarthy.
It's a cold start to our Thursday morning as temperatures have been allowed to cool off through the 30s, so you want to make sure to grab that heavy coat on your way out the door. Later on today, we are going to warm up close to 50 degrees. That is going to come with a mix of sun and clouds, a light breeze from the northwest. Going into tonight, mainly clear or even colder tomorrow morning in the mid-20s. And then as we wrap up the work week, mainly sunny with a high of 53. On 13 First Alert, meteorologist Eric Balkman.
It's time to huddle up, Wisconsin. We're talking about the games, the players, and the moments that matter. Bold opinions, smart conversations, and just the right amount of Wisconsin charm. It's the Dan Kasper Show.
What up, everybody? Good morning and happy Thursday. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios. Appreciate you tuning in wherever, however you're tuning in on this fine Thursday morning of October 23rd. Big shout out to all of you listening. If it's on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available online at sportstalk1051.com. You got your Alexa devices. Just say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY. Video stream also up and rolling on YouTube this morning. What do we have on our game plan for us this on this Thursday morning? We're going to talk some Bucks. Bucks picking up a win last night against the Chris Middleton-led Washington Wizards. So Bucks are on pace to go 82-0. Just kidding. But nonetheless, starting off the season with a 133-120 win, led by who else other than the Greek Freak, Giannis. Going with a double-double, 37 points, 14 rebounds, also dishing out 5 assists in the game. Gary Trent Jr. contributing 17. Every starter for the Bucks scoring in double figures last night. Prince coming off the bench, putting up 11, and Kyle Kuzma also coming off the bench, contributing 12 points. Bucks shooting 51% from the field last night, and also shooting 40.9% from 3. Bucks will be back at it tomorrow as they take on the Toronto Raptors. So we'll, again, chat some hoops, chat some Bucks as we recap Game 1 of an 82-game season that officially tipped off last night for the Bucks. Bucks welcoming Chris Middleton back, did a nice tribute video for him and such. So that was cool to see. And Chris Middleton also put on a show leading the Wizards in scoring last night against his former team. Middleton playing 29 minutes and going 9 of 14 from the field, including 3 of 5 from 3 to lead the way with 23 points. It was kind of a typical Middleton line that we've, as Bucks fans, have come to expect. 23 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists. I mean, that's like a normal Chris Middleton line back in his day with the Bucks and such. So the T-Wolves also picking up a win. Anthony Edwards dishing out over 40 points last night, so they were able to pick up a win on the road against the Portland Trailblazers. So Hoops Talk coming up throughout this morning. We'll hit that up. Also, we're going to chat a little green and gold. Some potentially good news yesterday with the Packers returning to practice. Devontae Wyatt returned to practice yesterday. Positive there. So maybe we'll get him back for this week, for this Sunday game, I should say, for this Sunday game against the Steelers. That'd be a nice welcome sight there. And Christian Watson also telling the media yesterday that he expects to play. He expects to play this weekend. So maybe making his debut for the season. So we'll see if that's going to be the case, and maybe he's going to be on a little bit of a pitch count and such. Who knows? But maybe, just maybe, that ramp-up period will finally be over, and we'll see Christian Watson make his season debut. And still a fantastic recovery when you look at Watson last year tearing his ACL towards the end of the season. And, you know, we saw the videos and preseason and training camp and mini camps even, and guy looked good. I mean, he looked really good and looked like he was out of schedule, but the Packers always kind of preaching some caution and such. But, man, from everything that we can see, and I'm not a doctor and such, and I'm just looking at it from, you know, like all of you, dude looks really good. He looks really good. So starting to get more of the, and to be expected as the week progresses and such, but you're starting to get more of the talk. It's the Aaron Rodgers versus Packers game. Rodgers talking a little bit with the Pittsburgh media yesterday. He's scheduled to do a Zoom call with Green Bay media today. So that should be kind of interesting. If you could ask one question to Aaron today, if you were a part of that media scrum, what would it be? What would that question be? But Aaron saying yesterday he doesn't view Sunday's game against the Packers as a, quote, revenge game, saying, quote, there's no animosity towards the organization. Obviously, I wish things had been better in our last year there. He says, part of it, too, the quote that absence makes the heart grow fonder. So essentially what he's pretty much saying there is like, yeah. And he kind of alluded to it, I think it was in the offseason and such. pretty much alluded to. He's like, you don't know what you got till it's gone, sort of thing. Remember that whole, when he was going through this whole, like, Jets thing, and the one quote he said, too, the grass is green where you wet it or something like that. I don't know if he kind of agrees with that anymore at this point, but he definitely kind of comes off as a guy that maybe appreciates his time in Green Bay a whole lot more. So, but yeah, and honestly, it would probably feel different. And he alluded to that a little bit yesterday too. It'd be a lot different if he was coming back to Lambeau. Feelings might be kind of getting drawn up and such, but right now, on a Wednesday yesterday, he says, this isn't a revenge game or anything like that, but come on. It may not be a revenge game. We know Aaron likes to play on words. May not be a revenge game, but there's going to be a little extra juice in this game. It's going to be a little extra juice. So, there's a good piece from ESPN, Brooke Pryor, who covers the Steelers and such. And there was a little bit of this quote here. After beating the Jets, with whom he spent 2 dismal and injury-marred seasons in Week 1, Rodgers said it was nice to beat one of his former teams, but it didn't, quote, come close to feeling how it's going to feel playing Green Bay, because that's 18 years of my career. On Wednesday, Rodgers clarified those feelings would differ if Sunday night's game weren't at Pittsburgh. It would feel different if I was going back to Green Bay. I have a lot of love for the organization, but if we were playing in Lambeau, that would be a little different feeling for sure. So, and of course, we get it. We understand it and such, but starting to sink in a little bit, starting to kind of, we're going to be going up against our old quarterback in that. So we'll talk a little football as we get closer and closer to that. Devontae Wicks did not practice yesterday. Lucas Van Ness also did not practice. That was the only DNPs that did not practice for the Packers yesterday. Just wanted to throw that out there. Speaking of football, it is a Fantasy Football Thursday. So if you have any questions for your lineup this week, if you have any questions, text them on over for Eric Balkman. 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line. Eric will be joining us just past 9 o'clock this morning to help answer your lineup questions. Kind of a big game, too, with the next week of the NFL season kicking off tonight. It's kind of a big game for both these teams for Week 8. Minnesota taking on the Chargers in Los Angeles. Both teams coming off losses. Chargers 4-3, Minnesota 3-3. And, Chargers jumped out to a 3-0 start, beating all division teams to begin the season. Then they fell to the Giants, and they fell to the Commanders, bounced back and beat the Dolphins barely, but then they lose to the Colts this last week. So kind of a big game for the Chargers. Also a big game for Minnesota to not drop below 400. And if you're kind of looking a little bit ahead, after this, Minnesota's got the Lions they got to go to. Then they host the Ravens, which I don't know how that one's going to go, but Lamar probably will be back for that one. Then they got the Bears, who, are off to a 4-2 start. Then they're at Green Bay, at Seattle. So, kind of a tougher schedule coming up here for Minnesota, too. So, kind of a big game, I would say, for both these games. And definitely a game if, you're an NFC North fan, maybe kind of pay attention to here just a skosh. So, but yeah, Week 8 officially kicks off tonight with a decent matchup for a Thursday night football game. We'll be chatting with Jake Bolks coming up at 8:30. So if you have any questions, outdoor related questions, a little tailgate outdoors with Jake coming up at 8:30. Also, please text those on over at 715-830-1912. So if you have any questions, send those now so we can get those to Mr. Bolks ahead of time. So All right, that's kind of your game plan here this morning. We're going to talk some hoops. We're going to talk some football. We are a day away from the World Series beginning, so just got to wait one more day, right? Just one more day till we get to the World Series and that. But and whatever else is on your mind, you got something, you got a question, you got a topic in mind, you got anything like that, hey, I'm open. Send it on over. All right, hit me up with those messages. We'll take our first break and then get things rocking and rolling here this morning with the leadoff. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
You're listening to the Dan Kasper Show.
Could there be a better name? Auto Value Parts Stores. They aren't just about air fresheners or fuzzy dice. Auto Value Parts Stores are all about parts, auto parts, and advice. Pros who know auto parts with tons of tips when you need them the most. If you want real value, don't go to a place with a cute name. Go to Auto Value. Could there be a better name? I didn't think so. Your Auto Value Parts Store. We've got the parts, we've got the smarts.
Fall is here, and winter's right around the corner. Is your footwear ready? At Shoe Doctor, they've got you covered from the crisp fall days to the snow-filled months ahead. Whether you need waterproof boots, warm winter shoes, or stylish options for the season, their experts will find the perfect fit for you. They carry the best brands with comfort and durability guaranteed. Visit Shoe Doctor on East Claremont Avenue in Eau Claire or online at ShoeDoctorEauClaire.com. Shoe Doctor, where your feet always leave happy no matter the season. Shoe Doctor, fitting you for life.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't work.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes from the review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally. Like people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Yay!
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Life's busy, right? So why run all over town when you can get everything in one stop at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire? From groceries, fresh produce, meats, bakery items, household essentials. They've got it all. Friendly staff, great selection, and everything you need to make your week easier. Plus, don't forget, shopping at Hy-Vee can save you money at the gas pump, too. Skip the extra stops. Save time. Get it all done in one trip. Head to Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, your one-stop shop for everything you need, including maybe grabbing some man cave lights, get some Dad Good burgers from the meat department, and there you go. You got your dinner plans, or maybe you got some game time meals planned as well. So let's rock and roll here this morning. We know we got a Bucks win from last night, but we're going to get to that here in just a little bit. A couple people already texting in saying it's starting to kind of kick in their feelings a little bit. That it's the Aaron Rodgers game coming up this weekend. Matt saying didn't feel any different at the beginning of the week, but hearing Rodgers talking, more of the Packers people talking, definitely starting to get the adrenaline going that we're going up against Aaron Rodgers. And then Ben also saying definitely feels like a big game, more so than it did earlier in the week, with all the extra attention it's starting to get. So, and I would agree with you too. And I'm sure you're going to start to see, and we already have started to see, I shouldn't say that, but probably more coming down the wire and such, and probably more after today when Rodgers chats with the Green Bay media. In that, there's going to be more stories, more kind of going down memory lane and all that. And, I think one thing that probably does benefit Green Bay in this instance, if you're taking away, or if you just take away all the schemes, playbooks, game plan, all that. One thing that kind of I would think benefits Green Bay a little bit more in this thing is not a lot of those guys. There's a few, but not a lot of those guys played with Aaron, so there may not be a whole lot of emotional investment into it, if you know what I mean. So, yes, Jordan Love was there, but, I mean, one of the positives that we have continuously have heard about him from his teammates and his coaches and such is that he's so level-headed, he's so calm, cool, collected, that I don't really know if that's going to be a thing for him. Granted, yes, he's human. We're all human. So there may be a little bit deep down inside of him that would love nothing more than to beat his mentor and go out and ball out in front of Aaron Rodgers. Yes, there's going to be that, but I don't think it'll be to like the extreme. Like, you know what I mean? If he's this calm, cool, and collected that we've constantly heard about Jordan Love, I don't know if that's really going to get to him such. Whereas Aaron, yeah, I think he's going to probably use it a little bit more for a chip on his shoulder, like we have seen throughout his entire career. But then you kind of look at the rest of Green Bay's roster. What, Rashawn Gary was there for a couple of years. Elton Jenkins, trying to think of some more of the defensive linemen or defensive players that would have been there. I mean, if you really think about Quay for what, a year? Devontae Wyatt for like a year? Some of those receivers for a year, like a Watson and a Dobbs and that. I don't know, maybe the receivers kind of want to ball out in front of him and kind of prove to him that, hey, you made it tough on us the first year. But really, there isn't a ton. It's not like, I know there's like some people already out there kind of comparing it to the Favre going up against Green Bay. And that is, to me, completely different. It's not even close. It's Rodgers is not playing within a division. It really wasn't a messy divorce. I think at that time, Packers fans were just ready. A majority, not all, but a majority were ready to move on from Rodgers. Just a clean break. It was probably a time for both franchises to move on. And when Favre left, too, there was a lot of his teammates still on that team, so there might have been a little bit more built up animosity, pent up, especially when he went to Minnesota. You had Nick Barnett saying, kind of making clips saying, wanting to sack Favre, kind of challenging him and such. So, I mean, you already had a built-in rivalry between Green Bay and Minnesota. Then you add in Favre to that. It took it to a whole extreme, especially when you had the summer of 2008 and the summer of Favre. The summer of Favre was completely different. So, I I think more so for this game. Yeah, there'll be maybe some trips down memory lane. Little bit of like, I'm sure Rodgers is going to make a few plays like, oh, yeah, we've seen that before. We've done that before. But I just want to win the game because we're in a tight division race. We're in a tight NFC race. Yeah, there's a little bit of me that, okay, I want to beat the old man. I want to beat the guy that led us for many years. But there's definitely not that feeling of like when Favre was with Minnesota, where I just wanted to go out there and dominate. Like I wanted to win that one so bad. And the first year, losing both of them stunk. I remember just being down, upset, and then got it back for the next year. It's not to that level. It really is. I just want to win the game because I want Green Bay. That's the main thing. I want Green Bay. It's not necessarily going to beat Aaron Rodgers. I just want them to win the game because of where things stand in the NFC, of the tight division race, of a tight NFC race. I mean, you look at the standings in the NFC, and I know, and we're approaching about the halfway mark, and we still got a lot of football left to go here. But, I mean, you've got Philly, who's 5-2. You've got Detroit, who's 5-2, and a dangerous team. Chicago's 4-2 for crying out loud. Tampa Bay is 5-2. Sanford, the NFC West, 3 of the 4 teams, all 5-2. The lone one, Cardinals at 2-5. That means San Francisco, Seattle, and the Rams, 5-2. One loss. Again, a lot of ground, a lot of weeks to make up here. But one loss with that tie in there, it drops them quite a bit. So I just want the W. There isn't this feeling that I have like I did with Packers going up against the Vikings and Favre, where I just, I really wanted to beat him. And I honestly feel like if this game, and maybe I'm wrong, and if you think I'm wrong, you could tell me, but I feel like if this game was actually at Lambeau, what would the reaction be like for Rodgers? Put yourself in those shoes. Let's say this game was at Lambeau, okay? And Rodgers runs out of the tunnel. Would you boo him? Or would you kind of like the Bucs did last night a little bit with Middleton? Tribute video, got a nice round of applause. Even before the tribute video, if you were looking online, you might have seen some clips and video clips. Staff with the Bucs welcoming him, signs and that. I mean, they kind of pulled out all the stops to welcome back Chris Middleton, and I thought it was a really cool thing. And it really wasn't a messy breakup. I mean, it was kind of one of those situations, I think, with Chris Middleton. We knew that the writing was going to be on the wall. Like, eventually he was going to be gone. I mean, it was something building up to it. But he never did anything, like, personality-wise or anything like that. I would say that upset fans, if anything. The frustration, I think, from fans was his inability to kind of stay healthy in the last couple of years. And the contract for a lot of people too is like, well, he's not a number 2 guy and he's getting paid like a number 2 guy. But other than that, there really wasn't like I don't think a hateful animosity towards him. But if Rodgers was, let's say this game was at Lambeau and he runs out of that tunnel, what do you think the fan perception would be like? Or what would you do? And compare it to Favre coming back with Minnesota. I was at one of those games. It was a loud booing from the start to the end. Now, would it have been different if he was with the Jets? I personally feel like, yes, it would have been. It 100% would have been different. Sure, there'd be still some boos, but I feel like it would have been completely different if he came back as a Jet. Rodgers, if it was at Lambeau, I don't feel like it would have been to the level of Favre's return to Lambeau as a Minnesota for a couple reasons. One, it's a division team. It's already a built-in rivalry. Two, Favre, made some weird statements. We knew he did not like Green Bay. It wasn't necessarily his fans, but I mean, even like comments. The one that always bugged me was when he said true Packers fans will understand. Yeah. And for what it's worth, Aaron has always been singing glowingly of his time in Green Bay. I mean, even yesterday's presser talking about going to the Piggly Wiggly and going to Chives and the different places he lived at and such. I mean, he has really never said anything too negative, maybe a couple of slights here or there, but nothing to the magnitude of like a guy wanting to just dominate his former team that he had spent 18 years with. So I feel like that it would probably be a nice, welcome back sort of thing. But then the game starts, and yeah, you could go ahead and boo because he's on the opposite side and such. I feel like in the next couple days here, it's going to there's going to be a spin on this from certain organizations, certain people out there that this is a revenge game. They're going to try to up it up a little bit more. Rodgers going up against his former team and that. And I just, it's starting to kick in a little bit, but I don't get the revenge sense. If anything, maybe I'm just a little bit nervous because, I don't want Rodgers to beat Green Bay. I want us to win because of where things stand right now in a tight NFC. I know it's just we're getting close to the halfway mark and a lot of weeks left to go here. A lot of games left to go here, but I want to win every single game. I want to win every single game. And I think this is a stretch of games where if you're Green Bay, started with that Cardinals one, you got to rack up some W's. You got the Panthers next week. Then you got the Eagles, Giants, and then I'm looking after that Giants game on the 16th. I know I'm getting a little far ahead in that, but Steelers, Panthers, big game against the Eagles at Lambeau Field. Then you're at the Giants, which maybe is a little bit more like, oh. But after that, starting on the 23rd of November, Vikings, Lions, Bears, Broncos, Bears, Ravens, Vikings. I mean, that's a tough stretch. That's a lot of division games to finish off the season, too. So that's why I want to rack up these wins now. And this is a winnable game against Pittsburgh. It is. All right, we got to take a quick break. Some of your thoughts on this game, on this matchup, as we get closer and closer. We'll obviously do a little bit more of a breakdown and deep dive and such on a Football Friday tomorrow. But your thoughts heading into this game, thoughts on the Bucs game from last night too, whatever else is on your mind, hit me up. Quick break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Hey, this Saturday, October 25th, it's the pumpkin carving contest going on at VFW Post at 305. Get some carving skills, show them off. Bring your creativity, pumpkins, and carving supplies. Fabulous prizes for the best pumpkins. Sign up today and show off those skills this Saturday at 2 p.m. VFW Post 305, located on Star Avenue. And put this on the calendar, too, and make sure you sign up ahead of time. But Saturday, November 15th, got a pub crawl. They're going to be doing the pub crawl. The bus will be leaving the Post at 12 noon and stopping at local watering holes in the Elk Mound, Menominee, and Eau Claire areas before returning to the VFW Post 305 around at 6 p.m. The event they'll also be asking for donations for the Beacon House homeless facility in Eau Claire. Some of the requested items are paper towels, diapers, baby wipes, sturdy paper plates, utensils, twin sheets, pillows, blankets, cereal, peanut butter, canned soup, pasta and sauce, instant potatoes, crackers, Jell-O, pudding cups. Cost is $20 per person. Sign-up sheet is available at the bar. So here, like every time we talk about the VFW Post 305, when we say there's always something going on at the VFW Post 305, there is literally always something going on. You got a pub crawl. You got a pumpkin carving contest. You've got bands on the weekend. There's always something going on. So go check it out. It's 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire, VFW Post 305. Jeremy says, just win. I know it seems crazy to look at playoffs already, but the Packers seem to play so much better at home. One loss this year could be the difference between hosting a playoff game or missing it completely. I agree with you, Jeremy. Completely agree with you, man. Definitely. I do not want to go on the road to, say, Detroit's or even Philly again for a playoff game. I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Especially when you've got a lot of conference games coming up here later on. Let's try to stack some wins. C-Bob says, I feel very similar to you regarding playing against Rodgers. Part of what makes it different than Favre is that Brett wanted to be in Minnesota, and he wanted to stick it to Green Bay. With 12, this instance 8, both sides needed to move on, and I believe there is mutual respect. I think the Fields will hit me more when I see him trying to beat us. I wish it were in Lambeau. I would have paid a lot for that ticket to go and cheer when they announced his name. So they always say time heals all wounds. It obviously did with Favre. Time heals all wounds. Favre returns. I was there. It was a highly emotional thing coming out on the field on that hot July 18th day. Has time healed enough wounds for you Packers fans with Rodgers? And really, how was it? Would you classify it as wounds or just more of like an annoyance? Like, okay, I just need a break. It's like maybe a relationship. I just need a break. Okay, let's just break up. Let's just, move on. And then after a few years, it's like, okay, you're on good terms right now. Like, I don't have any animosity towards Rodgers. I don't. I had animosity towards Favre when he was with Minnesota. Again, because it was in Minnesota. I don't have animosity really towards Rodgers. I'm not going to be rooting for him on Sunday night. And I'm not going to be one of those like, well, I hope he has a good game, but we still win. No, I hope he has an awful, awful, awful game. Because if he has an awful game, hopefully that means Green Bay's having a really great game. But I don't have any animosity towards him. I don't. And, at that time, it was, in my opinion, it was just right to go. It was time to hand the baton off to Love to see what they had with him. And for just to have the break. It felt like it wasn't working anymore. We talk a lot about that with coaches and such. It's like it was just time. It was time to move on. And that was the case with Rodgers during his time with Green Bay. I don't know if this will be the last opportunity that Rodgers will play against Green Bay in that. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but it's something that we'll see what happens after. I saw one report that Pittsburgh apparently wants Rodgers to come back for for next year, which, I mean, you look at it, Rodgers is not having an awful year this year. You look at his stats here. Let me bring him up here quick, but he's not doing too bad in Pittsburgh. 14 touchdown passes. He's got a completion percentage of a 68.8. So interceptions, he's actually up to 5 already. So 14 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. How many passing yards does he have? Was it over 1,200? So 1,270. And I don't know if it means anything to Rodgers to, go out there and join that club where quarterback's beating every single team in the league. Favre did it. Breeze did it. Brady did it. Feel like somebody else did it. Did Phillip Rivers do it? I don't know if Phillip Rivers did it. So I don't know if that really means anything to Rodgers to join that club of beating every single NFL team out there. He'd have that chance if Pittsburgh does beat Green Bay this weekend. So, yeah, I just, maybe it'll hit me more come Sunday. I don't have any animosity towards the guy, and maybe I will if he starts to play incredibly well and all of a sudden, Green Bay's starting to beat him too. Peyton Manning, thank you. Yeah, Peyton Manning. Forgot about that one. Thank you, John. So that's a good, yep. Can't believe I forgot Peyton. Would there be anybody else? Was Montana on that list? Did the Chiefs beat the 49ers? I'll have to look it up some other time. But we'll talk some more. Breaking down this game, obviously, tomorrow on a Football Friday now. But yesterday at practice, Devontae Wyatt returned to practice. I think that is a huge get. If Devontae Wyatt can go this weekend, if he can line up and suit up and play this weekend, that, to me, is going to be a huge boost because, again, I think a lot in this game is going to be predicated on the offensive line play in the trenches, both sides. I mean, you've got a good pass rush from Pittsburgh. Hello, TJ Watt and company. You've got a good pass rush with Green Bay, obviously. I think a lot is going to be dependent on these two offensive lines going up against that. Again, in the trenches, both sides. Which offensive line is going to play better? Which pass rush is going to have more success getting after the quarterback? And getting after the quarterback early. Which offensive line is going to play better? And will there be which quarterback maybe tries to do just a little bit more? Or can they stay calm, cool, collected? And I'm sure there's going to be players, we're focusing so much on Rodgers and his, going up against Green Bay and maybe wanting to prove it to them. But on the flip side, I got to imagine that there's going to be players on Green Bay that they also want to ball out for their quarterback. For Jordan Love, going up against his old mentor, Romeo Doubs, played 1 year with Rodgers. Romeo's a good friend of Jordan Love's. I'm sure Romeo Doubs probably would love nothing more than to go out there and ball out and help out his guy, to have a fantastic game and, quote-unquote, outperform Aaron Rodgers. So, a lot of the talk is about Rodgers going up against his former team and, his teammates maybe trying to help him out and such and that. But on the flip side, there's going to be guys on that Packers squad that, hey, we need to ball out for Jordan. Jordan may not be, worried about that too much or that, but come on, put yourself in those shoes. You're part of the team. You're probably thinking about it. You're probably like, okay, I got to help out my guy. I got to help out my teammate. I got to help out my dude, my quarterback. I'm going to go ball out for him. I got his back. I'm sure some of those guys are thinking about that. There is some cool stories, though, coming out that honestly, we didn't really hear about when Rodgers was with Green Bay. You heard the love one where Rodgers was kind of doing some love finds, finding Jordan Love in his early days if he wasn't participating in the quarterback meetings. I mean, he is a student's worst nightmare if Rodgers was a teacher. I hated participating in class. I had a college course that you got graded on in terms of participation, and I dreaded it. I hated it. Hated it. I was one of those, like, just don't call on me. Don't make eye contact with me. Don't call on me for the answer because I don't know. I don't know. And I don't want to answer even if I do because I'm afraid that it's going to be wrong. I don't want to. So he, like, I would have been, my anxiety is already high. It would have made it worse. But there's a cool story that Keyshawn Nixon told yesterday when he first got to Green Bay. And apparently he didn't really want to be there. He didn't want to be in Green Bay. And he said, quote, "I did not want to come here. I hated it here when I first got here. And I used to just be kind of miserable. Just wasn't comfortable. Just trying to get to know the guys and stuff like that. And Aaron used to always be like, 'Why are you so mad and angry?' And he made me give him a hug. And then it was like a thing. But our relationship grew over time. We still talk and communicate and stuff like that. But I appreciate him always." I mean, think about that. Keyshawn might not be with the team, might not have turned into an all-pro returner and such. But I thought that was kind of a cool thing, cool little nugget. All right, we got to take our final break here. Continue to send us your thoughts leading up to this Packers-Steelers game, Super Bowl 45 rematch. How about that? Maybe that should be the narrative. All right, quick break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. get your deer this season? If you did, bring it to Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire and let the pros take care of the rest. They'll turn your deer into sausage, steaks, roasts, jerky, and more, all ready to enjoy or maybe store for later. Their experienced team makes it easy, fast, and delicious so that you can focus on hunting, not the processing. Make this season even better. Stop by Mike's Star Market today and get your deer made into exactly what you want. If you've had any luck, I know some of the big guys are starting to move a little bit more out there. So if you've had any luck in the woods and you want to kind of showcase it, show it off, send it to us on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line, or you can also email it. It's easier to post it up that way. So just text it on over to that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line, or again, hit me up with an email. So a couple more texts coming in here. Definitely appreciate Rodgers' tenure, during his time with Green Bay. But I really hope that Green Bay just lays the hammer on Pittsburgh and Rodgers. I'm really hoping this defense, for as few as turnovers that they've had this year, can get a couple picks off of Aaron Rodgers. That comes from Mike on the texting line. That'd be something, wouldn't it? I mean, you got a Packers team that has not gotten a lot of takeaways, has not gotten a lot of turnovers this year. Can you imagine if they come away with a few picks or a couple picks from one Aaron Charles Rodgers in this game? That'd definitely be something. So we'll talk more about this game maybe a little bit later on and such. So you can continue to send us your thoughts on it if you'd like. We're going to talk some Bucks coming up here. Bucks picking up a win last night to open up their season. They're on pace to go 82-0, baby. But welcoming Chris Middleton back to Milwaukee, I tip of the cap to the Bucks. I thought they did a fantastic job in welcoming back Chris Middleton, not only just with the video tribute, but again, kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier. If you look back, you had Bucks staffers holding up signs as he was walking in the stadium and going to the locker room and that. And I mean, just a big time welcome back to Chris Middleton. They get it. They understand it. And I know Middleton was kind of a hot topic or a hot item for a lot of Bucks fans over the last few years. Well, he's getting paid too much. He's not really a number two. He gets hurt a lot in that. But I really like that the Bucks did what they did yesterday, kind of pulling out all the stops to welcome back Chris Middleton last night. And honestly, I do feel like 22 is going to be up in the rafters. I feel like his jersey is going to be up in the rafters at some point. It may take a little bit. Maybe it's a little bit further down the road after his career, but I feel like 22 is going to be up in the rafters. Obviously, Giannis's 34 is going to be up there too. I mean, that's a no doubt. I mean, that might be the day after he retires and such, whenever that's going to be. But, yesterday we did talk about, Jeremy threw out the question, who's outside of Giannis the best Bucks player since the year 2000? And it was back and forth between Ray Allen and Chris Middleton. But I don't know. I feel like Middleton's number is going to be up there in the rafters. I really do. I think at some point it's going to be. And, we're talking about guys balling out in front of their teams or against their former teams. And Middleton did that last night going up against the Bucks in Milwaukee. He led the Wizards in scoring. He put up kind of I call it a typical Middleton line. 23 points, 6 rebounds, 3 dimes, 3 assists in 29 minutes of action. 9 of 14 from the field. Dude played well. Got to give him a ton of credit. Giannis led the way, 37 points, 14 rebounds, 5 assists for the Greek Freak Miles Turner in his first game with the Milwaukee Bucks. 11 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists as well. Your starting lineup yesterday, Giannis, Turner, and then kind of a 3-guard lineup going Gary Trent, Kevin Porter, and A.J. Green. Kevin Porter Jr. got the start but only played 9 minutes. Did put up 10 points. Every starter in double-figure scoring. And then your 2 main players off the bench was actually, in terms of minutes, Prince and Kuzma. Kuzma playing 23 minutes and 12 points. Prince 22 minutes and 11 points. Bobby Portis. Just 1 of 6 from the field last night in 17 minutes of action. Did get it done on the boards. He picked up 6 rebounds, but just 2 points for him. Cole Anthony getting 12 minutes, and something that was kind of talked about leading up into the regular season. Ryan Rollins maybe getting a lot of playing time this year, maybe getting more than any other guard in that backcourt. He came off the bench and put up 29 minutes of action. So even though Kevin Porter Jr., starter, it'd be kind of interesting to see how this goes, how this starting lineup goes. I think it'll be adjusted depending on who they play and such. But is it possible that maybe Ryan Rollins cracks that? Maybe he's the kind of the sixth man in terms of guards. I mean, Bobby Portis is probably the main sixth man, but I thought a little bit of an interesting lineup last night. I think we all just maybe assumed that Kuzma was going to be the starter, but again, I think it could be something that's probably going to be adjusted as the season goes along and in terms of the matchup in that. But, for all the talk about, hey, Ryan Rollins could be a guy that's maybe going to get a lot more playing time than expected, kind of got our first glimpse of that. So, Bucks will be back at it tomorrow taking on the Raptors. They did alter the game time. They moved it up. Well, you got Toronto and the World Series starting tomorrow and such. So they did move it up. It's 5:30 tip time for the Bucks and Raptors tomorrow. So a little bit of an earlier start. Just if you got an older schedule, just kind of adjust it. 5:30. So coverage will begin on the radio dials 105.1 FM, 790 AM at 5 p.m. tomorrow. So we'll talk some more Bucks coming up in the next hour. Don't forget, send us your fantasy football questions for Mr. Eric Balkman. You can text those on over at 715-830-1912. Also, we'll do some questions with Jake Bolks coming up. He'll be with us in the 8 o'clock hour, so you can text those on over as well. One in, we got a couple more to go. Quick break. We'll be back after these news updates.
the way.
All right, second hour kicking off right now on this Thursday morning of October 23rd. A big thanks for making us a part of your starts, wherever you're tuning in from. Coming up just past 9 o'clock, it's our Fantasy Football Thursday. So if you have any questions as we get set for Week 8 tonight for your Fantasy Football lineups, text those on over so Eric Balkman, our Fantasy Football expert, can help you set your lineups as we approach the halfway mark of this season. So you can hit us up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. Also, we'll have Jake Bolks coming up about 8:30, a little before that probably this morning. We'll chat with him, do a little tailgate outdoor chat. So if you have any questions when it comes to hunting, fishing, outdoors, or anything like that, you can text those on over to us as well. We were talking a little green and gold. We'll save some more football talk a little bit later on. We've got the Bucks last night picking up a win, as we were chatting a little bit about too, over the Washington Wizards, 133-120. Minnesota Timberwolves also picking up a victory last night. Anthony Edwards dropping over 40 points in the contest last night. Victor Wembanyama also dropping 40 points too. So the NBA season officially underway after the first couple days here too. So again, Bucks will be back at it tomorrow. A little bit of an earlier start time because of the World Series with the Bucks taking on the Raptors. That game time has moved to 5:30. Tip time between Bucks and Raptors now at 5:30. So if you have an older schedule and you're looking at that time, you have to update it because adjusting it with the Blue Jays being in the World Series and the World Series officially starting tomorrow. So that game's going to game one of the World Series, by the way, starting at 7 o'clock tomorrow in Toronto. So lots going on if you're going to be in the Canadian area of Toronto tomorrow. But a few texts coming in here. These are mostly for fantasy football. Okay, so I'll save those for fantasy football. But if you got anything else you want to hit us up with, you can shoot it on over. We'll get to it. Let's do a little throwback Thursday here for this morning. Kind of, a big one here. It was this day in 1945. Kind of a big day. The Brooklyn Dodgers signed Jackie Robinson. 1930, J.K. Scott, not the punter, J.K. Scott won the first miniature golf tournament. The event was held in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And then 1988, Dan Marino passed for 521 yards, 3 touchdowns, and completed 35 passes out of 60. So Mark Messier, 1998, became only the 10th player in NHL history to reach 600 career goals. 2002, Brett Hull got his 1,250th career point. So those are just a few of your Throwback Thursday moments for this morning. So Bucks last night again, picking up the win against the Wizards. Intern, what'd you make of the game?
I thought it was pretty good. I was pretty confident all the way through that the Bucks were going to win this right from the start, so I was kind of jumping around watching that game and watching some other games. I watched a little bit of the Timberwolves and a lot of good basketball going on right now. It's kind of fun when everybody's healthy before we get too far into the season and all of a sudden the teams that are picked to maybe go on like the 76ers over the years because their guys are getting hurt all the time. So this time of the year, it's kind of fun to watch. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes the Lakers to get LeBron back. But I think the Bucks are getting comfortable in their skin, so to speak, with this roster. And I think they played pretty comfortable last night, I thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or do you think they're flying under the radar this year a little bit?
I do.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I really think, since Dame is out and they got rid of Chris Middleton and some of the other players aren't, the top-of-the-line traditional all-stars, but I think they'll blend pretty well together under Giannis's leadership. I think they'll do all right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm okay with them flying under the radar too. The last few years they've had that huge spotlight on them. Let's fly under the radar a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to win the Eastern Division, but I think they're going to be a player before it's all said and done. I think they'll cause some problems, and who knows if they blend and if for some reason they would make a trade to bring somebody else in during the season. It's only game one. We got a whole lot of games to go yet, so it'll be interesting to see what happens in the other 81 games that they've still got to play.
Mm-hmm. Yep. This dropped just about a half hour ago. Might as well throw this out here. But Terry Rozier, the Miami Heat guard, arrested by the FBI as part of numerous arrests in illegal sports betting and poker game schemes. There's going to be a press conference later on this morning. But that's kind of a big story hitting the wave, the internet right now, if you will. But don't know any more details on that. But doesn't sound very good with Terry Rozier. So,
speaking of gambling, I just saw this morning, just passed by the screen when I happened to be watching. NCAA allowing betting on pro sports now or something like that. I can't imagine their athletes are going to be allowed to do that. I mean, you talk about student athletes and getting more and more away from the student part of this student-athlete relationship. So I don't know exactly what that was all about because I just saw the headline. I didn't see it all. I didn't have a chance to look further into it this morning. But, wow.
NCAA approved a rule change on Wednesday that will allow athletes and athletic department staff members to bet on professional sports. 2 weeks after the Division I cabinet approved the change, Division II and III management councils signed off on it, allowing the new rule to go in effect November 1st. This doesn't change the NCAA rule forbidding athletes from betting on college sports. The NCAA also prohibits sharing information about college competitions with bettors. The institution also doesn't accept advertising or sponsorships of NCAA championships by betting sites. Despite the change, the NCAA emphasized that it doesn't endorse betting on sports, particularly for student athletes. The president, Charlie Baker, for the NCAA says, quote, "This change recognizes the realities of today's sports environment without compromising or commitment to protecting the integrity of college competition or the well-being of student athletes." So, but yeah.
The inmates are running the asylum, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, everybody's got freedom to bet, but I just think they're really on thin ice with the NIL and the transfer portal already. And now allowing gambling, it's a free country. I think it's still a free country, but this bothers me a little bit. What about you?
Not really. I don't think. I mean, I think it's. I'm probably more immune to it now because it's kind of the way it is, and I mean, if we use the Pete Rose example, like at least he wasn't betting on his team. Put him in the Hall of Fame. I mean, they can't bet on their teams. It's only pro. They can't bet on college teams. So, honestly, I guess it doesn't bother me that much. I mean, you obviously got to practice safe gambling and such. And, yes, you are opening up a little bit of a Pandora's box and opening up a door for maybe potential players and such. You open up a little bit more. Some will take it, try to bust open that door and that. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like if people were going to break the rules, they were going to break the rules regardless.
Where do you think the impetus came for this, though, for the NCAA to get involved and make this decision? I mean, I wouldn't think this would be something that the NCAA would get behind and have to have some kind of a document that say it's okay. I guess I don't know where the impetus for that came from. Were these athletes going to the NCAA and their coaches say, hey, I got a hot line on the Bears game, and I want to bet it. Mm-hmm. I don't understand where the impetus for this would come from.
It says the change comes as NCAA enforcement caseloads involving sports betting violations have increased in recent years. Last month, the NCAA banned 3 men's college basketball players for sports betting, saying they had bet on their own games at Fresno State and San Jose State and were able to share thousands of dollars in payouts. We run the largest integrity program in the world on sports betting across all various games, Baker said Monday. Sadly, we discovered some student athletes involved with some problematic activity. So, again, those were kids betting on college sports.
But do you think this is going to change that? If they were doing it before, they're, just because they can now, legal in the eyes of the NCAA, as athletes bet on pro sports, I see where there's still going to be some of these,
kids. If there's kids that are betting on college, are still going to bet on.
That's
college.
what I mean. I don't see why that would be impetus to put this in place.
I think it's more towards if they're not going to allow it, you're going to see constant lawsuits saying, well, if we're not betting on our own sports, why can't we bet on pro sports? It's that I think this is a way for them, maybe the NCAA, to avoid any more lawsuits that are going on right now.
It seems like the NCAA is capitulating to a lot of these things with the transfer portal and the NIL and now this gambling thing. How effective, important, needed is the NCAA anymore? Or are these conferences going to start running it on their own?
I think they're going to go away. I think the NCAA is going to go away.
Yeah, I think so too, because it seems to me that they're not standing their ground on any of these issues. Because 10 years ago, something like this would have brought up, and they'd have thrown it out the door without even considering it. And now they're doing all this stuff. I don't know if their lawyers are saying, "Hey, freedoms. You can't tread on people's freedoms." And I think the NCAA is kind of left with no hand to play. It seems like.
Yeah, it just seems like with NIL and all that stuff, the barrier, the wall has been kind of, been chopped down a little bit more, and that. And I think eventually the NCAA is not going to be around much longer.
And I don't know if there's going to be for the major sports, baseball or basketball and football, but for the other sports that we have, and there's such an array of sports in colleges now that these kids can take advantage of playing. I still think there has to be some kind of a governing, regulatory, whatever kind of body you want to call them, to coordinate national competition, national tournaments, things like that. I don't know how you can get away with that without having some clearinghouse of an organization like the NCAA. So I don't know what kind of an idea some of these athletic directors and university presidents may have if the NCAA is indeed going to go away. But I think
probably a lot of the super conferences getting together and doing it themselves, essentially.
And do you think that means, okay, we're going to have for the Big Ten, we're going to have a supreme leader, so to speak, not the athletic directors, but a supreme leader that would oversee.
Well, they got the commissioners, yeah. They got the Big Ten commissioner.
Their own commissioner.
Yeah.
But I mean, even more than that, because the commissioner's still going to be busy with all those other sports. I mean, one for like football and basketball to just oversee how this is going to work. When all the Big 12, the Big Ten rather, Southeast Conference, the ACC, whatever conferences we may have left here in a few years, that they're going to have a commissioner over all those that will be over the conference commissioners that will kind of oversee tournaments and seeding and rankings and all that sort of stuff. I just see a big bureaucracy is potentially coming on board here, and how much legal power they may have, I don't know. But it's going to be interesting, I think, to follow the future of who's going to control big-time athletics at the colleges, because I think it's really changing at warp speed.
Yeah, it's not. I'm sorry, but it's not student athletes anymore. It's a business.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
it's essentially one step below pro ball at this point in terms of money and NIL and endorsements and sponsorships and that sort of stuff. Some still probably play. Obviously, you got Division III athletes and that who, obviously aren't getting scholarships and such and that. But I mean, from a Division I level, for a lot, not every program, but for a lot of the big time programs, it's pro ball. I mean, for crying out loud, look at Chris McIntosh's statement the other day. We need more money, and we're going to put more money into football program, and that's how we're going to be better because we're going to have more money, and we're going to do this, and that. And it's like I don't think it's just a money problem when it comes to the football program. I think there's a whole lot of other issues that are going on with that. But I mean, would we have thought 15 years ago that an AD is going to come out? Well, the reason that we're going to get better, or the reason we've been bad, is because we don't have enough money to pay players. Never would have thought that 15 years ago in college football.
Absolutely not. Or the fact that you recruit players and you have spring practice, and by the time they turn their pads in at the end of spring practice, they've already transferred to another school. I mean, you can't control the program that way. Also, on this issue, it just came out that in basketball, G League players can now go back to play college. And I guess I have no problem with that, but a lot of these guys went to the G League because they weren't college students. They weren't able to handle a college curriculum as far as studies are concerned. There's a lot of things going on right now that are just so different than we've been used to. Not wrong or right or good or bad, but just different. And, like G League players, I don't know, they made $50,000, $60,000 a year to play in the G League rather than going to college. And you look at some of these guys, Cooper Flagg, and we've talked about the fact that last year he got paid $4 million just to go to Duke. He made another $20 million in NIL. Well, he's a freshman in college, and he's making $24 million in 1 year. What kind of a college education does he need? So, again, it's so fluid that you really you can't tell the program without the players, as the old saying goes. And these G League players, I don't know. You talk about guys that are not student athletes. I would think that would be the key, that these guys are held up as the ones that are not student athletes. They're going to college because they can make more money. Now, how'd you ever hear that over the years?
Well, and then, going to the money thing here, too, going back to Wisconsin and Luke Fickell and that, I fully believe the reason why he's probably going to be back next year is because buyout. They don't have enough money to buy out his contract.
And but on the other hand, can you afford not to buy him out? How long is this program going to be in the tank?
Right, but that's,
I understand what you're saying, but I think, there's two sides to the equation here that you have to deal with, and this program is right now, I think we can say, the worst in the Big Ten, or competing to be the worst in the Big Ten. So what does that do when you bring, these games, like the Iowa game, they had a whole bunch of recruits in the game, in the press box. Now, if I'm a recruit and I watch that performance, there are different ways to think about it. Well, jeepers, I'm going here because I can start right away. Or I don't want to be associated with this mess. There's so many things that play into the equation. I don't know. They say $25 million. Yeah, it's a lot of money. But multiply that times how many years he stays at Wisconsin. And if he doesn't improve this program, which I think is going to be hard for him to do right now, it could cost a whole lot more than that, because I sit in the stands before the game, and if anybody's been at the games, they know what I'm talking about. Barry Alvarez comes on the big scoreboards at both ends of the stadium and says, better get your season tickets now because it won't be long and season tickets won't be available. They'll be sold out. Paraphrasing, but that's basically what he's saying. And people sit there and say, would you shut up, get him off of there. Season ticket holders aren't showing up for the games now. And I've talked to a lot of people who say they're giving up their season tickets.
Well, speaking of tickets, this was from Todd Miloweski. In Wisconsin's ticket scanner era since 2006, this was from October 18th, it had never had two football home games with fewer than 50,000 scans in the same season. It has now. So money talks, like you said. How can you not afford to pay the buyout when you're not getting ticket sales?
Yeah, and I had friends of mine that couldn't go, their season ticket holders, couldn't go to the Ohio State game, and they put them online for $20. Nobody would buy them. So towards the end, they put them online and said free, and nobody wanted the tickets. That's what I say. Can you afford $25 million might be cheap when you look at the big picture. Mm-hmm. Can you afford not to buy him out at this rate? Yeah. Because the damage he could do with his program, his personality.
I saw some, and I know this a lot of alumni or player alumni are just going to town on this right now, and they're upset. They got pride in that program, right? Vince Beagle is a big one who's just, on social media and just tweeting. But I saw I think it was Brad Nortman, the punter. He had said, too, there's, rumblings in the building. Luke Fickell doesn't even care about keeping the guys in states, and something I know have talked about and such. And that kind of goes back to the Greg Anderson thing, I think, where that was one of the things. But it's I don't know if it's an ego thing about him or what, but, for crying out loud, how do you how do you keep this going? It's like a disease that you just don't take care of, and it just keeps getting bigger, bigger, bigger until maybe it gets too late at this point.
Well, it's getting to that point. That's why I say, can you afford $25 million might be cheap when you consider the ramifications of long-term Luke Fickell on this program. You watch him, his TV shows, you listen to him after the ball games. There is no personality there. There's no immediacy. There's no urgency. There's no concern. And everybody else has concerns except him. And Wisconsin wants a good football team. You know, we never, couple times maybe we were a serious threat for maybe a national championship, but, you know, they kind of faltered along the way. But, you know, 7, 8, 9, 10-win teams are not too much to ask for in Wisconsin because we've had it for the last 25, 30 years. And now all of a sudden, we're not going to win 3 games this year. And that is absolutely unheard of in this day and age. And I think the remove Fickell bandwagon is only going to get better. And I think McIntosh might be at the wheel. They might go out together.
This was, I'll play the clip. This was Brad Nortman, again, former Badger football player. He was on ESPN Madison's KBN show talking about Luke Fickell and kind of the relationship he has, or I guess lack thereof, with the alumni and some of the high school coaches out here. So courtesy from ESPN Madison. Let's see if this will load up.
The building is that he has zero.
Hold up. There's like weird background music. We got to get rid of that too. Hold on a second.
Yeah, Brad Nortman was a punter, a really good punter. He went into the NFL. I know he punted for Carolina for a few years. I mean, you look at these rosters of the NFL, and there are a lot of Wisconsin players. I don't care whether they're linemen or running backs. Jonathan Taylor is having an MVP year with Indianapolis, and all the other players that are from Wisconsin. But in the last couple of years, maybe one guy has made a roster, and there's going to be absolutely nobody this year that's going to be drafted. And it's a drought that you've got to stop.
Let's try this again.
Everything I'm hearing from inside the building is that he has zero. Not only hasn't done it. There's no engagement with the alumni, the former players, or Wisconsin high school coaches. There's no interest in doing it. Every high school football coach I talk to, there is no relationship with Coach Fickell or any of the coaching staff. There is zero intention to try to keep Wisconsin kids in the program. There's no interest in it. Not only that, when we talk about alumni and raising money and boosters, everything I'm hearing is that Fickell has no interest in bridging that gap, raising money, and leaning into Wisconsin culture.
He'll get fired, and he shouldn't be.
And finally, I've heard there's 2, big red events. So it's happening right here in Milwaukee. Had to get canceled because he wouldn't show up. So there is a major disconnect between what a Wisconsin head coach should be doing of reinforcing the culture and what is currently being done, and the symptom is what is on the field.
All right, so again, that's courtesy ESPN Madison. That's Brad Nortman, former punter, and obviously alumni of the football program, so you would think he'd have a little bit of insight into that.
Yeah, and, for years and years, if you're around the Madison area, the Mendota Club. They used to have a Mendota Club. And, when Alvarez was there, it was going strong. They'd get together like for a Monday luncheon every Monday. And a bunch of money guys, and a few women were part of it, but a bunch of money guys would sit around and have dinner and, over the noon hour, a couple martinis and smoke cigars and talk football with a coach. Well, as Anderson came in and he was Mormon, didn't drink, which is no big deal, but then he'd bring his wife. Well, the discussion, like I said, there were a few women showed up, but they were pretty tough, and he'd bring his wife. Well, you can't have real good back and forth conversations because these are money guys that expect answers because my check has a lot of zeros on it, is what they're saying. And so the Mendota Club now, with these most recent coaches, they haven't engaged, and the Mendota Club's kind of gone away, and they're trying to find a way to get that back because that's Donorville. I mean, you get them at a big restaurant, and there's a lot of millionaires in there, and that's gone away. And so the erosion of this program has not been just since Fickell came. We've talked earlier about, Paul Christ was overwhelmed by NIL and the transfer portal. And, Fickell has taken it to a new low, I guess, a new high, but a new low as far as his interaction. You look at the rosters of football teams, college football teams around the country, and how many Wisconsin kids are on. We talked already that, All-American center for Ohio State, the number one team in the country, is from right down the road here at Spring Valley, Hintzman. And, I mean, it's just unbelievable how many of these kids have gotten away from Wisconsin. And if Fickle isn't putting it in what you just said a little while ago about what the coaches are saying about Fickle's interaction with them and his intent on keeping the good kids, especially the lineman type of guys, in Wisconsin and linebackers. And, there are just so many good players that are leaving Wisconsin. And the record of this team is showing it. You got to start with your base, and your base is Wisconsin, and he's not doing that.
Mm-hmm. I agree. All right, we got to take a quick break. Ran a little long, but definitely a hot button topic for a lot of Badger fans and Wisconsin fans out there too. So quick break. Got to catch up. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
You're listening to The Dan Kasper Show.
Winter's coming, Eau Claire, and so is your wallet. If you wait too long, that is. AJM Automotive says it's time to swap out those worn-out tires for new ones before Jack Frost has you sliding into your neighbor's mailbox. And don't forget your snowblower. Bring it in for a tune-up so it doesn't quit on you faster than your uncle after shoveling one driveway. AJM Automotive. Tires, tune-ups, and a little peace of mind before the first snow hits. Don't wait, because snow waits for no one. Make your appointment today by giving them a call at 715-835-9523.
Joe DeGuano here, and some of you know I coach football at Eau Claire Memorial. We used to struggle to find a good spot for some of our meetings, someplace quiet where we could actually focus. Then we found the event room.
So we opened up the hour saying Terry Rozier arrested by the FBI, part of a sports betting gambling probe. Got another one. He's a head coach currently.
Oh, boy.
Chauncey Billups. for head coach of the Portland Trailblazers.
Gambling on basketball?
Must have been.
Pro
Illegal
basketball?
gambling. Well, that's what it would have to be. So, been arrested by the FBI for alleged illegal gambling, sources tell ESPN. So, wonder if there's going to be more coming down the way. That's a big one.
That's a big one. When you start getting coaches, I mean, that's equivalent to Pete Rose in baseball.
Yeah.
Type of things. You know, if he's betting on basketball, but not his team, I don't know what the implications there are. But, boy, that's a good way to lose a pretty high-paying job.
Yeah. It says this is from Tom Winter, not related to games he coached. 2 senior law enforcement officials said. So, yeah, it sounds exactly like Pete Rose then at this point. So, but, man, we'll keep you posted if there's anything else that's going to be kind of coming down the wire. As Jeff Passan says, an active coach in the NBA who was inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame in 2024, arrested today as part of the widespread gambling investigation. So, but definitely, yeah. I hope there's nobody else. I hate it because that taints, what we love is sports and such. But man, alive, that's unreal. Stop. Why are we doing this? Don't even touch it if you're in that profession. Just don't even do anything with it.
Illegal gambling, why don't you line up a bookie in Vegas and bet on football or something that's not your sport? I mean, you're going to get in trouble. You're going to get caught eventually. You're probably going to get caught.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just stop. I know it's a disease and that, but it's like, man, just
goes back to, remember when the news of gambling first hit the NFL?
Mm-hmm.
Our Paul Hornung and Alex Karras. And, you look back, and I don't know what that case ever was. But, the dollars were so different then. And I'd like to know how much they actually bet versus what Chauncey Billups and Rozier have been betting. And but that's when, sports betting was absolutely a no-no.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're letting college students bet on pro sports. But, Paul Hornung and Alex Karras both suspended 1 year, and I'd love to know the number that they bet if they ever release that. I don't know.
Surveyor Sam a little bit earlier when we were talking about NCAA stuff, why couldn't the national IOC committees run different sports in college? It would end up being a more hands-on approach with each sport being able to allocate more funds, better scouting camps, and all-around better game with each sport having its own association. Dump the NCAA. What do they really do other than collect money? And where does that money go? It's a scam. So,
yeah, there are a lot of good ideas out there that people have, and I'd never dismiss any of them until they were looked at and see what that would mean to have an IOC type of committee overseeing it. I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. I think if you're going to pursue some drastic changes like that, then, a lot of things should be in the mix.
If anybody's wondering what the heck IOC is, by the way, just to clarify, it's International Olympic Committee.
Mm-hmm.
So just throwing that out there in case
and the Olympics and Olympics haven't exactly been clean over the years, but I don't think as far as gambling is concerned, I don't think Olympians, like betting on Michael Phelps to win the 100 backstroke or something like that. I don't know how much betting goes on for those sorts of things, but I don't think that's a bad idea.
Yeah. So be interesting. I don't think there's going to be anything changing, right away or something like that.
No, I don't think so either.
But yeah. Oh, okay. I thought that was another one, but that's different. Something different over there too. But didn't expect that. I mean, the NBA's probably got to be like, we just opened up the season, and now you got to deal with this.
Yep.
I don't know if Adam Silver knew this was coming, potentially, or maybe just finding out like everybody else is kind of finding out right now. But not the way you want to start your NBA brand new season. You're on new networks and all this, and then the third day of your season, you get this bomb dropped on you. What? I mean,
he had to know it was coming.
I would think, right? You had to have known something was coming. I mean, PR people are probably getting hired left and right now to try to spin this and do a bunch of different things.
Has Portland played a game yet?
Yeah, they lost to Minnesota last night.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I didn't see. Was Chauncey Billups there? I only watched a couple minutes of it, and I didn't see the benches or the sidelines.
Yeah. So, man.
Oh boy.
Just unbelievable. Yeah, I would think, Adam. I don't know though. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe he wasn't given a heads up. I really don't know.
I don't know either.
But
I don't know.
Oh, it's going to be interesting to see the reaction now from all this going forward. I don't know if it's just NBA. I don't know if that's the focus, if we're going to see other players from different sports or anything like that. But, I mean, it's just been NBA focused at this point in time.
I think there's still some people that have completely not exonerated Shohei Ohtani from, his interpreter that gambled how many millions and millions of dollars. Did he take the fall for Ohtani being a gambler? I have no idea. But I just think that there's, I don't think that shadow has lifted completely yet. I think it's way in the background. But I think there's still some people that say, well, how could he do that without Ohtani knowing it?
Mm-hmm.
So gambling is it's prevalent. It's part of our life. I mean, you can't say, oh, that's horrible. Well, no, it's part of life. I mean, you buy a lottery ticket. You buy a lottery ticket, you're gambling.
Every March.
Oh, boy.
Every March. I mean, everybody who doesn't even follow college basketball does that, right? I mean, it's and
you don't fill them out for fun for the most part.
Right.
You fill them out to try and win money.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the bottom line is.
You throw a couple bucks in. You're like, I'll just pick all the high seeds, or I'm picking the favorite mascots or the colors that I like, or that guy's cute if you're somebody. I don't know. I've heard all different reasons thrown out there.
And none of them have been right because nobody's ever got it right.
No. I mean,
nobody ever will.
No, exactly. Yeah, I would say no. No, there's no way somebody could get a perfect bracket.
I would like to see this year, and somebody will probably do it, artificial intelligence getting to be so much on the horizon and in our daily life. Give it to artificial intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
See if they can pick every game right in the NCAA tournament, and I'll be willing to bet they can't.
Well, they do. So I've seen this. They've done like AI where they said predict the upcoming 50 winners of the World Series and the Super Bowl and all that stuff. So they've done that. Let me see if I can do this on the fly for the Super Bowl.
But in defense of AI, you got to look at it. Okay, all of a sudden, you get to the Super Bowl and Kansas City is going to win it, and Patrick Mahomes falls off the bus going to the stadium and breaks his ankle.
Right.
Well, I can't predict that ahead of time. So, it's still a crapshoot whether it's you or I or AI picking them.
So I did it for the next 10 years. Super Bowl winners. Kansas City this year. Ooh. San Francisco, Detroit, Cincinnati, Philadelphia, Buffalo, the Texans, Green Bay in 2033. So you got to wait a little bit. Baltimore, and then, believe it or not, Chicago in 2035.
Vikings aren't in there?
No.
Vikings still don't have a Super Bowl, huh?
Nope. What about NBA Finals winners next 10 years? Are the Bucks going to be on there? Think they're going to be on there?
That small market syndrome, it's just a challenge. We saw the Brewers got caught up in it against the Dodgers, and boy, it's going to be I don't want to say it's a fluke, but with Giannis there, who can they put with him? But I'm hoping they're on there.
They're on here, but the first one will kind of give it away where it's like Boston for this year. And their reason, Tatum and Brown finally closed the deal. Well, they've already won one.
I was going to say
Tatum's hurt, so I mean that's.
Now, how long is Tatum out for? He's
pretty much the whole year.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But then it's the Thunder. The Bucks show up in 2028. Denver, Minnesota in 2030. Dallas. This is where it's wrong again. Dallas in 2031. Luka Doncic gets his long-awaited ring. So it's like, no.
AI doesn't realize that he's gone.
Nope. So,
are the Lakers on there?
No, they are not. Should we do baseball really quick before we get to take a break?
Absolutely.
World Series winners.
And I would imagine, the Dodgers are going to be in there.
Braves for 2026. Baltimore for 2027, Dodgers for 2028, the Brewers in 2029. How about that?
There we go.
As it says, finally, the Brewers' next-gen arms and revamped lineup breakthrough for the franchise's first-ever World Series title.
Well, I hope they don't have to play preseason or these elimination rounds like the division playoffs and for the pennant. If they could just win the pennant and get to the World Series, but they just can't make it through all the playoff rounds.
No. Yankees 2030, Mariners 2031, Cubs 2032, Astros 2033, Rangers 2034, and then the Reds 2035. So
one thing you notice, no repeat winners.
Nope.
I wonder why. Because you got a lot of repeat winners in history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But hey, 2029, we can party. Let's plan it.
Boy, I guess
Brewers
so.
are going to win the World Series 2029. So that's what AI tells us.
Well, at least our teams are on that list.
Yeah.
Not everybody's teams are on that list, obviously, for 10 years.
Nope. All right, we got to take a quick break, but we'll be back after these few words.
The Dan Kasper Show will be right back.
Winter and the holidays are coming, so don't let aches and pains slow you down. At Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, they help you get back on your feet, back on the field, and feeling your best. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or something that's been nagging you all year, their expert team can help make the pain go away before the snow flies. Don't wait any longer. Simply make your appointment today by visiting their website at cvosm.com and get moving again this season.
Get ready to save with half-off deals. A great way for you to get goods and services that you will love and you don't have to pay full price. Be sure to check out all the great savings that half-off deals have to offer. There's something for everyone, so be sure to see for yourself. Be ready with your credit or debit card and get ready to save. For more details and to find out about all the savings, just go to aroundthe715.com.
Football season is back, and no matter which home team you root for, there's one thing everyone in the Midwest can agree on. If you're tailgating or grilling at home, nothing beats a freshly baked Village Hearth bun. An old-fashioned hot dog bun is the perfect accompaniment for a brat or a hot dog and all the toppings your little heart desires. And for the best burgers, you just can't beat the Village Hearth Classic Bun. So head to the store and pick up some Village Hearth buns. The weekend is almost here.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.
9:30.
Live from the TDS Sports Talk 105.1 studios. It's the Dan Kasper Show.
For what it's worth, I did try to type in if Wisconsin basketball or football would win anything in the next 20 years, and no, they didn't have Wisconsin winning in there.
Well, basketball has got a better chance than football the way it is right now without some drastic changes sooner rather than later.
Jordan says on our video stream, I don't think the buyout amount can be used as an excuse. The buyout can be paid monthly versus a lump sum, and any income from a new coaching job will offset. We'll lose way more long-term, in my opinion. I think it's part of it. I also think it's part McIntosh doesn't want to admit he got the hire wrong.
Oh, there's definitely, you know, it's human nature. You don't want to admit,
especially the guy he bypassed.
Mistake. Yeah, exactly.
You know, if it wasn't Jimmy Leonard's, you know, does that factor into it a little bit? Like, okay, I got to really hold on to this guy so I don't look awful.
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
Really terrible.
Yeah, it's only human nature to do that. But people say, well, what about Jimmy Leonard? I would be shocked if Jimmy Leonard, under this regime of McIntosh, if they contacted him, if Fickell is let go, that he would have any interest at all in taking this job.
He'd have to almost pull an Aaron Rodgers reportedly, say, hey, like, you got to fire the GM, you got to fire the AD before I would even think about coming back to it. There's no way. There's no way.
No
way. And who knows? I mean, he's in the NFL. Maybe he doesn't want to deal with the whole NIL, you know, business part of that. We know a lot of college coaches have quit because of that. Maybe he doesn't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
And I don't blame him.
I think if you talk, you know, over a beer with a Packers defensive coordinator, you might get that same kind of comment from Hafley that, you know, it's out of control. You're not a coach anymore.
Yeah.
It's just dealing with NIL, dealing with transfer portal, dealing with the personality of these kids. That kids are driving the boat right now.
And I get it, you know, and I understand, you know, Fickell, you know, we talked about where he's not doing these events. Great, I get it. You don't like him, but it's part of the job. You're going to have to do it. You're going to have to go to those events. You're going to have to do some, you know, NIL stuff. If you want to flip and succeed in college football, Division I college, you have to do that. Otherwise, get out.
Any job when you're in the public eye, what you do, what I do, I mean, I can't imagine over the years that I've been here, how many banquets I've been to and had been the speaker at, and how many events you go to. And, you know, it's one thing to hear your voice, but when people see you and put a face with a voice, it completely changes it. And you show interest in what they're doing. And if you don't show, in Fickell's case, show interest in the high school football programs around Wisconsin, you're not of much value.
No. And you're probably not going to get that financial support.
Exactly. Right
you know,
now.
It's like, I don't get it. All right, we got to take one more quick break because we went along in the first part there just to do a little catch up and such. But send us those questions for Mr. Jake Bolks. He's going to be popping in or popping on in about a half an hour or so. So text us 715-830-1912. Also, your fantasy football lineup questions. You can text those on over for Mr. Eric Balkman, who's joining us just past 9 o'clock. So really quick break as we play a little catch up here. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Just a few minutes to the top of the hour. We'll get back to some more hoops talk with the Bucks picking up a win last night to begin their season 1-0. Okay. I think everybody's catching up to the NBA news. So every time somebody retweets her, I think it's a new one. I'm just waiting for the next person on this list who's getting arrested for some illegal gambling going on. Again, I don't know if it's all NBA players. I guess they're having a presser in about an hour. So
how long do you think it'll be before a college student gets in trouble for their gambling and they'll, I didn't think I could do this, or I thought I could do this. They're going to be misconception of what the law or the rules are for them right now. I don't think it's going to be very long.
Mm-hmm. Just a little bit of baseball. I know the World Series starts tomorrow, but Giants making an interesting hire for their new manager. They're going the college route, hiring Tony Vitello, the manager from Tennessee. The Vols, a very good college baseball program, but this is the first time that a major league team has hired somebody strictly or coming from college without any pro experience. The closest would be Pat Murphy when he was with the Padres and such. So
when I heard that yesterday, that's the first thing that crossed my mind.
Mm-hmm.
The success of Murphy with so many years in college at Notre Dame and other places came in, and other guys, are you going to just recycle managers and coaches from current major league rosters, or are you going to do this? So I think this is going to be interesting. But the first thing that crossed my mind was Pat Murphy was an influence in this.
Yeah, because he played at Missouri for a couple of years, 2000 and 2002, then jumped right into coaching. Only a head coach for one stop. That was Tennessee from 2018 to 2025, where he won 341 games. He's got a national championship. So I mean, Giants are a team that's got lofty goals too. Let's not kid ourselves. They got a lot of high-priced players on there too. I'm really curious to see how this one kind of works out.
I'm not surprised by this, and I think there's going to be more of this because all of you just recycle managers. You look at Francona, how many teams he's been at, and Bruce Bochy's been very successful, but he's been with different teams. They just go around and around and around. I'm not surprised that some of these more creative general managers and owners are wanting to try this, because I think Pat Murphy has shown that, learning how to work with young men at the college level translates into Major League Baseball. So I think I'm kind of excited about it.
Yeah, I think if this works and they have success, I wouldn't be surprised you see more teams look at that college level.
Yeah, because there's a lot of great college coaches out there that have been very, very successful over the years. And every year they're in the College World Series, or if they're not, they're right knocking on the door.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, all right, 2 in. We got a couple more to go. Get those texts on in for Jake Bolks, our DNR warden buddy, if you have any hunting, fishing, outdoor-related questions. Also, Eric Balkman joining us in an hour. Get those fantasy football questions in. We'll be back after these quick news updates.
WAYY Eau Claire, W286CK Eau Claire, Sports Talk 105.1 and 790 AM. From the 715 Newsroom, it's your news done differently with Morgan McCarthy.
Well, good morning. Here's what we're learning today. When a horse walks into a bar, you say, why the long face? But what about a deer? They're going to find out in Holman, as some staff members found themselves dealing with a wild visitor after surveillance video showed a deer had dashed across the street through a window at Lush Wine Bistro, jumping behind the bar, was there for a few seconds, didn't serve anybody, then ran back out, eventually exiting the business, of course, now dealing with the cleanup from that incident, though no one was hurt. We hop onto campus and see the numbers jumping around. For the third time in as many years, combined enrollment is up at campuses across the Dairyland, with the UW system now releasing official 10th day enrollment numbers that show the number of students enrolled this fall across the UW system is 190 more than last fall. Looking a little bit closer to our own backyard, Western Wisconsin, that does include nearly 9,500 students at UW Eau Claire and just over 10,500 at UW La Crosse, whereas if we bump to Stout, the Blue Devils have just over 7,000. Meanwhile, a proposed bill would require Wisconsin schools to carry cardiac emergency response plans. Familiar name to our area, Senator Jesse James involved in introducing this bill that says it would guarantee schools were ready to jump into action in case of an emergency. Just yesterday, the Wisconsin Senate Public Safety Committee held a hearing to gather opinions on that bill. And how do you feel about screaming when you crunch your popcorn?
We've traced the call. It's coming from inside the house.
Here's Johnny.
I see dead people.
Those lines from famous scary movies either get you running or asking for more. Today may be a day of more as it's National Horror Movie Day. A YouGov poll says 25% of us love them, more men than women. Psychologists say fright triggers a release of adrenaline, and some people crave that. They must. The horror industry generates about $1 billion every year. I'm Bree Tennis.
Well, much less dramatic online when you go to 715newsroom.com. You know, I came in the studio today and Kasper was huddled in the corner with a blanket crying. And I said, dude, it's Thursday. It's almost Friday. What's going on? You got the feels? And he just looked at me and said,
I see dead people.
For Sports Talk 105.1, I'm Morgan McCarthy.
We'll look for a blend of clouds and sunshine throughout the day as temperatures top out near that 50-degree mark. Do expect a light breeze from the northwest. Meanwhile, tonight with high pressure building overhead, skies will turn mainly clear. A cold start out the door tomorrow in the mid-20s. From there, sunshine wraps up the work week, a high of 53. Over the weekend, seasonable temperatures with a few isolated showers possible Saturday. On 13 First Alert, meteorologist Eric Balkman.
Whether it's a kickoff under the lights or a sunrise on the water, Wisconsin lives for the moment. Sports, outdoors, and everything in between. So grab your coffee and turn up the volume because it's the Dan Kasper Show.
Here we go, third hour, kick it off right now on this Thursday morning. Hopefully you're all off to an absolutely fantastic start. This morning you should be at work, maybe getting ready to go, dropping the kiddos off to school and such. But coming up at the bottom of the hour here, we'll catch up with Mr. Jake Bolks, answering your outdoor-related questions, hunting, maybe doing a little fishing, maybe doing some outdoor stuff. You got any questions, licensing or anything like that, text it to us right now on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line, 715-830-1912. Also, coming up in an hour, Mr. Eric Balkman will be joining us, fantasy football expert extraordinaire, helping answering your lineup questions for Week 8, which officially kicks off tonight. Vikings, Chargers. Big game for both those teams after the Chargers jumped out to a 3-0 lead, 3-0 for the season, winning 3 division games. They're now down to 4-3. Minnesota's sitting there at 500. So should be an interesting game tonight. A little bit more from the morning announcements of this sports illegal gambling ring going on right now, where Terry Rozier apparently was arrested. Chauncey Billups, head coach for the Portland Trailblazers, also arrested. So according to ABC News, Chauncey Billups has been charged in an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia.
Whoa, that's illegal poker.
Operation tied to the mafia. Wow. Terry Rozier arrested in a separate but related betting case. So that makes it sound like it wasn't sports, but illegal poker with the mafia. Yikes. What is this? Like
deep. You're getting in pretty deep water there.
This is like, what is it, the 1920s again with Johnny Dillinger and all this, or, Al Capone or whatever
or
stuff.
The Godfather, Don Corleone.
Yeah. What the heck? Man. So that's kind of scary getting involved with that, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be messing around with the mafia.
Man alive. So
they don't care who you are.
No, they don't. They don't.
If LeBron would get involved and they'd crowd, LeBron crosses them. All of a sudden, LeBron would, that's dangerous people.
Yep. Oh, speaking of the NBA, the Bucks did pick up a win last night. Giannis doing Giannis things. This was just tweeted out by the league a few minutes ago. Most 30, 10, 5 games. That's 30 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assist games in under 30 minutes because Giannis didn't play 30 minutes last night. Giannis is blowing away the competition. He's done it 7 times. The next closest is the Joker and Joel Embiid at 3. Luka twice, James Harden twice. Giannis, very efficient in his minutes when he's out there doing his thing.
And if he can keep that up, that's why I think they can go far this year, and you do too, that they can make some noise.
He keeps saying they're a dangerous team, a very dangerous team. And I know you and I both think that they're a team that I think a lot of national peeps are kind of overlooking a little bit. I think too many people are focused on they got rid of Dame, but I mean, at the same time, Dame wasn't going to play.
No.
And Turner, they got better just because Dame wasn't going to play. They got better by bringing in Miles Turner for this year.
I think Miles Turner, watching him a little bit last night, I think this guy is going to really free up Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
I think Giannis is going to have a really great year. Hopefully Miles Turner, knock on wood or everything else you got, Miles Turner will stay healthy. But watching him last year play for Indiana, he was a difference maker. And with Halliburton out and Turner gone from Indiana, I think they're really going to struggle this year.
Yeah.
I thought Miles Turner, to me, was the best move the Bucks have made in a long time, even better than getting Dame. Because I don't think Dame's heart was ever in Milwaukee.
No, the more we found out after the fact, too. And that's the thing, too. It's like, and after that move, too, we found out Dame wanted to go back out west. So it's like, I still feel like
his family's still out there.
Yeah, and he was going through a divorce, so he wants to be closer to his family, his kids.
Can't blame him for that at all.
No. So, he had to change heart. Wanted to go for a championship. Found out that probably wasn't the best situation for him. Wanted to go back home. I don't fault him for that, and I don't fault the Bucks for doing what they did either.
No, he was a great player. He was available, and Chris Middleton was, questionable at best as far as any help on the court because of his injuries and getting up there. But no, I don't fault either one. If I was going to lean fault either way, it would be towards Dame because he knew what he was going through off the court, that divorce and everything else. And did he really want that championship, or did he really want to be back in Portland by his family? If there's any blame, I'd put it more on him than I would the Bucks management.
Yeah, so I think this team, and I know I get it, there's question marks. You look at the backcourt, you look at their guards, and you're like, well, they're putting a lot of faith in some guys. Last couple of years they haven't done a whole lot, and maybe putting faith on what they did 3 years ago where they were averaging double-digit points and that sort of thing. But, at this point, first of all, you're hamstrung because of the contracts. Because let's face it, too. I mean, they did a lot of moves to try to make Giannis happy, right? I mean, that's kind of what they did here. So, I think they've done a nice job putting this together. I think this is a team. Last year, we saw them with the best 3-point percentage. They may even shoot the 3 more this year, and make a ton more this year too. And if Giannis is going to continue to play like that point forward and be the primary ball handler and bringing it up, that's the type of team you need to surround him with. If he's bringing the ball up where he's going to be driving the lane, you kick it out to the perimeter to 3-point shooters. I think that's what they have built with this team. And I think that's why Giannis is saying they're going to be a dangerous team.
And I think with Giannis's opportunities this year, Turner down below, I think those other 3 guys on the perimeter are going to benefit from both of those guys. See, Lopez was there last year, but he's a long way from what Turner brings him this year.
Mm-hmm.
Not that Lopez wasn't a good player. He was just different. And I think Turner, the way he plays and what his game is all about, is more conducive to helping those 3 perimeter players.
Mm-hmm. Right. Nope. I agree. So got that. Bucks again tomorrow, earlier game time than what was on the original schedule. It's going to be a 5:30 tip because Toronto World Series Game 1 tomorrow too. So it's going to be a busy town in Toronto. Probably a lot of excitement going on there too. So.
Oh, I would guess so.
Best
Toronto wins, the biggest upset since the Nationals won a few years ago.
Maybe, but Toronto. I mean, they were the 1
team,
seed.
But I'm not degrading Toronto at all. I'm just saying with what the Dodgers, with that pitching staff, and Ohtani and the rest of those guys, I mean, that stat that they came out with during the Brewers series where the Brewers payroll was like $102 or $3 million, and the Dodgers are paying $150 million just in taxes because their salaries are so high. I mean, that's pretty mind-boggling to think of the difference in revenue. And so that's what I'm looking at it from the team that the Dodgers have put together. And Toronto spent money. They gave Vlad Guerrero Jr. a big contract, no question about it. But, I would think the Dodgers are a prohibitive favorite right now. But I want to see Dalton Varsho win a World Series. Man, a kid that played right here in town at the Express. His uncle is the manager, the boss here at the Express. I just
Marshfield native.
Yeah, exactly. I'm rooting for Toronto all the way.
Yep, I am too. I just think it's such a fantastic. I mean, we got to watch Dalton since Express, and I think it's still. I mean, he's got a Gold Glove. We saw him primarily probably as a catcher. He's a Gold Glove winning center fielder for a Major League Ball club. That just tells you the type of player he is.
You look at him, and he looks like a guy you want to go into the alley with on your side. He's got that square jaw, and he's got. He just looks like a tough kid, and I think I want to see him win a World Series.
I think that would be pretty cool, especially for the Varsho family too.
Oh, absolutely.
To have that. So.
Absolutely.
This weekend, too, is the Aaron Rodgers game, which now starting to get a little bit more attention and talk. Aaron's going to be talking with the Green Bay media today. He talked with Pittsburgh media yesterday in his normal weekly presser, but he's going to be doing a conference or Zoom call with the Green Bay media today. So kind of had a little fun question. If you could ask Aaron one question if you were a part of that media scrum, what would it be? You can send them on over here, but I know there's going to be some people that are probably going to try to put this up on a pedestal like a big-time revenge game and all that. It's not the Favre returning going up against Green Bay for various reasons.
And to Aaron Rodgers' credit, he's downplaying that already. He has. This is a revenge. I don't have anything against the Packers. I mean, it's a business. It's a business, and I moved on. There was maybe some things towards the end that weren't amicable, but I have no acrimony for the Green Bay Packers, and I hope they don't. I'm kind of glad that the game is in Pittsburgh because fans being fans, like you said, the Favre situation was different, but fans being fans, and Rodgers didn't endear himself at the end. There's no question about that. But fans being fans, and we're seeing it in Madison with Fickle, but the rampant booing, and I wouldn't want Rodgers to have to take on that booing. When he comes out of the, boo, 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 yeah, that's okay. But for the whole stadium to, ring down boos on him.
Do you think they would?
I don't know. I don't know.
I was throwing that out in the first hour, too. Like, Brett, again, Vikings, everything else that went on, totally get it. But if Brett came back as a Jet, would there have been booing?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. And that's where I kind of, with Rodgers coming out as a Steeler, I don't think nothing would go compared to the Favre Vikings. That's not even comparison here.
That's off the charts.
I think there would be a casual, like last night, Bucks did a fantastic job welcoming Chris Middleton back, with the video tributes and even before when he got there and he was walking in, there was like staff welcoming him back and everything. There's just a ton of respect. Probably would be a little different with Aaron, but
But I would think too, if that game was in Green Bay, I would think the management of the Packers would take the bull by the horns and say, okay, we're going to have a video tribute to him, some of his best throws, those Hail Marys that he threw, winning the Super Bowl, and kind of diffuse the situation a little bit. But I think you're exactly right. Favre with the Vikings and Rodgers with the Steelers are two different scenarios.
Yeah, and I know I've been to games where they've Bill Jarts, the public address announcer, they'll say, Packers fans, please welcome back. It's a former player like Charles Woodson. When I was there, they put the camera on him on the sidelines. I think they played a couple highlights. And Mike McCarthy, I was there when he came back first time as head coach. And, they all got, obviously, really good cheers. So it'd probably be something like that, maybe a little bit more of the video tribute because he's Aaron Charles Rodgers. So, you know, he's one of the best he's going to get his number retired and stuff over there.
And he'll go into the Hall of Fame. They don't have like baseball where you wear the cap of your team, but he'll go in recognized as Green Bay Packer quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Just the same as Favre.
Yep,
you know,
exactly.
that sort of thing. And, you know, he's human. There's going to be a little bit in him that's going to want to beat Green Bay.
Oh, so there's going to be a lot of him that's going to want to beat Green Bay.
There's not this seething revenge on him, but and he'll probably use it as I mean, we've followed Rodgers for 18 years when he was in Green Bay. He's going to look for something for a chip on his shoulder. Michael Jordan did the same thing. If you got him manufactured a little bit, that's what sometimes these people do. He may even do the same thing. Wouldn't surprise me. It's like, okay, I want to, but it's the same.
And he'll fire up his team that way too.
And I think it's human too. I mean, put ourselves in that situation in a different scenario. If you get let go or you move on from a different business or organization, you have a chance to go up against them. You probably want to beat them, right? I mean,
there's no probably about it.
Yeah, you want to do that. So you're gonna get that. At the same time, there's probably some teammates of Jordan Love's who are like, hey, we're gonna have our guys back so he can showcase in front of his old mentor. You know, so
I hope he talks to the defensive backs about that because 33 and 21, I would imagine they're probably on IR with all the burns they must have gotten from letting those passes go to Jacoby Brissett. Oh my goodness, that was bad. And I'll tell you, if they don't play better against Aaron Rodgers, this was Jacoby Brissett, a long-time backup. Aaron Rodgers is not a long-time backup, and I'll tell you one thing: they will have burns if they don't play better in that defensive backfield.
Yep,
it's got to get better. But it'll be fun. I think it's going to be a neat game. Favre will give them all they want. That's for sure from the passing standpoint.
Rodgers, yeah,
Rodgers. I mean,
yeah. So yeah, I think it'll be it's. I'm not going to have the same feelings as I did going into those Packers-Vikings games with Favre, where I was just tied up in knots. Yeah, I'm definitely a little bit nervous because of what you said with Rodgers, and you can't game plan for the motivation factor that he's going to be bringing in to this thing. So, and I don't think there's a lot of, well, he knows this person, Green Bay knows. You throw that out the window for this game and such. There's too many differences in there. So, but I just want the win. Because it's a loaded NFC right now. It's tight. It's
and I hope
very
Wyatt's
tight.
back in the defensive line. And
he practiced yesterday, so that's good news.
And Micah Parsons continues on, and Rashawn Gary continues to give a better effort than he has in previous years. And Quay Walker even is, I think, of all the guys on the defense, I think Quay Walker has felt the Micah Parsons impact more than anything. He acts like he's engaged now. He's making some plays that he didn't make before.
Maybe it helps to have Edgerrin Cooper next to him, too, take a little bit off the shoulders.
There's some guys that are really playing well. Edgerrin Cooper is one of those, and they've got some guys on the it's just consistency, and the defensive backs, they got to be better. I mean, that's the bottom line. They just got to be better.
You cannot give up 3rd and 23s and 3rd and whatever they were.
I went back to Philadelphia, 4th and 26. What crossed my mind when they completed that pass? What 33? I don't even know his name.
Evan Williams.
Yeah. What in the world was he doing? He got burned on 2 or 3 of those. You're bad. There's only one guy out there, so what are you standing in the middle of the field for? Go cover that guy. I mean, every fan was saying the same thing. I mean, it was 3rd and 23 and 4th and 26. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, I just, pass rush is obviously there, and we know a pass rush can help a pass defense, but if your corners are going to have issues too, I don't know if it's a miscommunication thing or what the heck's going on there, but yeah, the Nate Hobbs really's got to kick it into gear here too.
But I got a kick. I was watching on TV and 3rd and 23, and then all of a sudden they showed a picture of Hafley in the press box, and everybody could read lips.
Yep.
He wasn't happy with his boys in the backfield.
Nope. and that, remember too, Hafley is a secondary coach by trade, so he probably takes that a little bit more personal.
Yeah.
I would think when.
Well, I'm sure those guys heard about it.
I would hope so.
More than once.
I hope that was on the Monday morning cut up or something, and getting posted in front of everybody over there. So, but yeah, you got DK Metcalf and that to factor in. coming up on Sunday night. So
yeah, it's gonna be a challenge. Brett Favre is no Jacoby Brissett, that's for sure.
Aaron Rodgers, you keep saying Brett Favre.
Keep saying Favre. Aaron Rodgers is no Jacoby Brissett.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, but we'll see how it goes. I'm excited, but I don't really
think there might be a pretty big television audience for that game?
Probably.
I think it'll be huge.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it helps that both teams are playing well, too.
Oh, yes.
You know, Pittsburgh's 4-2, Green Bay's 4-1-1. So it helps that they're both playing well, and iconic franchises, too. NFL knew what they were doing when they scheduled that before Rodgers even joined the Steelers. They knew that it was going to be up there. So, all right. Tell you what, let's take a quick break. We'll see if Jake wants to hop on now, or maybe we'll wait a few more minutes. So we'll do that. Take a quick break, and we'll be back after these few words.
You're listening to The Dan Kasper Show.
Looking for a great spot to eat, relax, and have some fun? Well, the VFW Post at 305 in Eau Claire has you covered. From delicious food and refreshing drinks to live bands and fun events, there's always something happening at the VFW Post 305. And don't forget about the view. Sit on their back patio and enjoy that beautiful fall view of the river while you dine or listen to some live music. VFW Post 305, great food, great music, and a view that can't be beat. Stop by today at 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire and see what's going on today.
We were walking through this farmer's market on a Saturday morning.
Every story starts out differently.
I stopped to smell the sunflowers at one stand, and when I turned back, I saw him kneeling down right there between the baskets of apples and jars of honey.
And every story's special.
We were at home watching the same movie we saw together on our very first date. Then the picture changed to a slideshow he'd secretly made, photos of us from all these years together. The last slide said, "Will you marry me?"
For 100 years, our family's been proud to play a small role
in celebrating and commemorating
engaging moments of love
and loving moments of engagement.
And while the stories are different,
he took me skating.
When you ask her with Alaska,
I was nervous on the ice, but he kept holding my hands, and he pulled off his mitten and pulled out a little box from his coat.
They always end the same.
And the ring was
perfect for me.
Perfect for me.
Perfect for me.
In Eau Claire and online at Laskers.com.
Laskers. Start your love story here.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Some investments grow in value, others change your life. Rogers & Hollins has been your local jeweler, trusted for over 115 years. For now and forever.com. Rogers & Hollins, for now and forever.
He may not be the smartest sports talk host, but darn it, he gives 110% every time. Now here's your host, Dan Kasper.
All right, coming up in a few minutes, hopefully we'll get to Mr. Jake Bolks, Wisconsin DNR warden for the great state of Wisconsin. So if you have any hunting or fishing questions that you would like to get to, hit us up with a text, 715-830-1912. And then shortly after 9 o'clock, We're going to be chatting with Mr. Eric Balkman, like we do every Thursday during the football season, fantasy football. We'll get to some of your questions. Send those on over. You can send them on over right now. What questions, what answers, what help do you need for your Week 8 lineup that officially begins tonight? So you got the Chargers and the Vikings in action. So if you have any lineup questions, send them on over. Let Eric help you out. PPR, regular, standard scoring, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter which one. He covers them all. So looks like Jake is getting there. Jake, if you can hear me, your mic is muted right now. So hopefully we'll get Jake up here in just a little bit. But Jake, can you? Oh, you muted it again there, big guy. So Jake, can you hear me, bud?
Hear me now.
I got you, bud. How you doing?
I'll tell you what, technology, I'm not even that old. And this is like the second time in 2 appearances where technology's got me.
Well, hey, we got it figured out, man. It's good to hear your voice. It's been a couple weeks, so we appreciate you.
No, it's great. It's been weird not starting off the morning with talking with you. So, no, I appreciate you sending me the Zoom link here, and I'm glad it's working.
Yeah, no doubt about it, man. So, last couple weeks, so a lot of stuff's been going on. How has it been like for you in Neck of the Woods? I mean, we're into bow hunting season. I got to imagine, big boys are starting to move around. Those bucks are moving around a little bit, it seems like.
Oh, yeah. No, it's been good. It's been good. It's been good, busy. Last weekend was the not the fishing opener, Jeebers, was the pheasant opener and different stuff. So we're kind of in the prime time of fall with almost every season you could want to hunt, minus something like a crow or whatnot, is open. You're totally right. Bucks are moving. Obviously the rut is classically at the end of the month, beginning of November. But, if you sat down with me and looked at my trail cameras, I got bucks head down chasing does. I got pictures of does running from bucks. I got bucks fighting. It's pretty cool seeing the trail cameras right now. So it's definitely starting to pop. And with these cool mornings, I would imagine if you're a hunter, you're going to want to get out in the woods.
Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly.
It's nice. This is what we all waited for hunting.
No doubt. And I got to imagine too, Jake, this is, with that, maybe more people getting out there in the woods and such, maybe a good reminder. Hey, if you do hit a deer with your bow and net, tracking wise, if you haven't gotten that permission to maybe go on your neighbor's land and such, probably go do that, because that's something you get called a lot on. I would imagine.
We do. We get lots of calls, lots of questions. I was just dealing with it yesterday. What happened, people that you shoot a deer and unfortunately either you make a good shot and it runs across the property line, or your shot isn't as well as you would hope and it runs across. Either way, deer gets across the property line. There's no exemptions in Wisconsin that allows a hunter, apologize for that, allows a hunter or a law enforcement officer or anyone to track that deer. The only way you can recover that deer is with permission from the landowner. So first and foremost, if you haven't talked with them before you track a deer, make sure you go to the landowner, go to the residents on the property, talk with them politely and respectfully, identify yourself, and maybe that you're a hunter graduate and that you've been, that you shot one and you want to make the best recovery possible, and explain why and how to get it or what you want from it. Like you mentioned, the best thing to do prior to going hunting or prior to the season is to talk with your neighbors. And I know some neighbors are absentee, some neighbors you just don't have that relationship with them. But the best thing you can always do is just try to build a little rapport, talk with them, let them know that you're going to be hunting your property and that your intention is to obviously shoot and harvest a deer completely on your property, but try to get that permission before then. A lot of landowners will allow you to track their deer. They just want to be notified. They just want to know that you're going on their property before you do it. And that's the respect piece. So if you do that, there's a lot more success. Mm-hmm. The one thing to note is that if you do run into an instance like this and a neighboring landowner tells you that you can't go on the property and you see them dragging the deer, or they say they're going to go get the deer, that's illegal too. So there's laws that restrict landowners from just grabbing deer. They can't legally just grab them, possess them, or grab them and register them. So they're not allowed to do that either. So if you think you have an instance like that, make sure to call our tip line or call your local warden and report it, because that's not fair to you or fair to the fair chase aspect.
And I know it's a topic, Jake, that we have talked about at length, and you're seeing it become more and more popular, is obviously the drone recovery. As such, I mean, I see signs now on the side of the roads for drone recovery and such. But, you know, for that one, again, can you just kind of go over that a little bit, kind of rehash some of the stuff that we've talked about before?
So with the drone recovery, the main thing with it is that you really, really have to separate the hunt from the recovery. So we have guidance, internal DNR guidance, as well as you know, stuff we'll share with the public if they call and ask and whatnot. But we have a bunch of like guidance on how to enforce it, because it is complicated. People can run business, but at the same time, you can't harass wildlife. You can't, it's defined as an aircraft. So you can't use it as any part of the hunt. You can't use it for like scouting if you're going to be hunting later that day. And this isn't just for deer. This is for all species. You know, I've had people calling me about duck hunting and drones. And it's like, if you try to scout for ducks on the same day you go hunting for ducks, that's part of your hunt and that's illegal. Now, if you scout for ducks, you know, a week before in a certain area, you know, that's different. So when it comes to deer hunting, in order to use the drone for recovery, there's a few things we're looking for, is like justification or you explaining to us why you know that deer is dead. You can't just use it to track a live deer. You have to be able to justify why that deer is dead. So like, you go down, you find your arrow, it's completely filled with blood. It's an entrance in, entrance out, or exit out. You know, a lot, there's bubbles in the blood, whatever. Like, you know, like that deer's dead. It's just, you can't find it. It's in a swamp. It's in thick woods. It ran up a bluff or whatever, and you can't find it. That's good justification. If you just like winged a deer and you find a couple of spots of blood, and then you know, eye contact you while you're driving your drone or someone else is in, and you're like, well, I ask you, well, how do you know it's dead? Which way did it go? And you're like, I don't know. At that point, you're just basically using it for part of the hunt or tracking and stuff like that, and that's illegal. So there's a lot of different areas, different things. Like I mentioned, separating it. If you're the hunter and you shot the deer 5 minutes ago, that's not very appropriate, versus, you know, you let the deer sit overnight, you search for it in the morning, you can't find anything, and then you call a separate business that has no affiliation with the deer or anything like that. You know, that's another thing that separates you from potentially using a drone for hunting and somebody just using it for a business aspect. So if you have questions on it, just call the local game warden or the customer service line, and we'll be able to help you with it. It's better to have those questions before than when you're out in the field and you're like, oh man, I don't know if I can do this or not.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly. Jake, I know it's been a couple of weeks, I believe now too, the youth hunts what was it a couple of weeks ago now? Yeah. That from, I don't know if there's numbers out or anything like that, but I've seen a lot of pictures and a lot of kiddos having some success with it. From what you've heard and seen, look like a safe and successful weekend for the kiddos?
From what I have heard, yes. Definitely safe for the kiddos. A lot of success. Unfortunately, there are still parents out there that go out and sit in the stand and shoot a deer and then register it on their kids tag, which is, you know, I don't know where morally or ethically you think that's appropriate, but I guess that's why we have a job,
right? Or
we have job security for some people. No, overall great season, tons of kids out, tons of success. I think it was cooler than the weekend where it normally is, that first weekend, so that probably helped a lot too. No, I have not seen any numbers, but just, you know, talking with people, talking with hunters, it just seemed like a pretty good season, which is really good. It's always good.
Jake, I know we got the deer gun hunt coming up next month. I mean, the countdown's on for a lot of people right now, and such, and it's probably going to be a time where people are going to be looking to sight in their rifles to make sure everything's going. Is there any rules of like where you can't do it? Like, can you go into a national forest and pick a spot to sight in your rifles? Should it be at a gun range? Is there anything, or maybe just some safety stuff that you would want to tell people out there as we kind of get closer to that time of year?
Yeah, no, that's a good topic. So the best areas to go would be, you know, a business like a gun range that's, you know, safe. They got firing lines, they got backstops, hearing protection on scene, all that kind of stuff, eye protection. So the best thing you're going to want to do is go to a shooting range if you're sighting in your gun. I know some people don't have access to them or don't want to pay. So if you do have private property, that's always a good bet too, is you can always discharge on your own private property or a friends or family members. Just when you do that, you need to make sure that you have a good backdrop and think about, even if you're shooting into a hillside or whatever, think about what's on the other side of that in case something ricochets or whatnot. We had a couple game wardens in the southeast last year that were out checking hunters, and they had shots whizzing over their head. I think one of them hit one of their vehicles, and they thought they were getting shot at. And it turns out there's someone shooting, you know, target through the woods and had no backstop. And it just wrong place, wrong time for those guys. As well as we've had other incidents this year where people are just shooting and it ends up, you know, 500 yards past their backstop, there's a highway. And it's like, you got to be a little bit smarter than that. But so go to a shooting range, go to your private land, use a good backstop, stuff like that. If you don't have access to either of those, there are some public lands that allow it, primarily county lands. You got to be more than 50 feet from the roads. And most of those county properties want you like in the woods, same thing with a backstop, during daylight hours, all that kind of stuff. You can cite them in. If you have questions, you need to go directly to like the county forest website or the county forest managers, not the state or anything like that, because they're the ones that control their property. So you can ask them directly. But most county lands allow for target shooting as long as you're like outside of their county parks, you're off the road, you're doing it safe, and you pick up all the litter. That's a big part, is that some people will shoot bottles, some people will shoot clay pigeons, some people will leave all their brass. And when you leave that garbage, it just starts to accumulate. And even if you shoot something, you're responsible for the glass, for the clay pigeon, for the whatever, when you're on other people's land, like public land. So you have to plan on picking all that up. So make sure you have that worked into your plans for the day. And then there are some state lands that allow it. Usually they're like bigger state hunting areas and stuff that you can do that. But again, go to the DNR website, type in whatever state land you're going to, and see there should be a list of approved activities for each property, and go there. State parks don't allow it. State natural areas, some of them do, some of them don't. So before you just go ripping shots on a state property, just Google that state property and see if it's allowable.
Jake, we got a quick question coming in on the texting line. Apologies if this is a dumb question, says the texter, but with the banning on baiting and other stuff like salt licks and such, is it still legal to have something like Tinks 69 to use in scrapes?
Yes. So when it comes to the baiting and feeding ban, like small amounts of liquid or aerosols and stuff like that are still allowed. So spray a little bit on your scrape, spray a little bit on your boot, whatever you do, that's fine. I think there's technically some sort of bomb. I've never used that thing, like some sort of aerosol bomb or whatnot that you can use, which isn't illegal, but you got to pick up the can and stuff like that if you're on public land. So you can use those, your classic scents where you kind of hang that white wick in the tree and stuff. Again, nothing illegal about that, but when you're done hunting that spot, take that wick out of the tree. Otherwise, it just sits there for years and other people see it and stuff like that. So just make sure to, pack in, pack out, your classic camping rules or state, federal land stuff, pack in, pack out. But yeah, you can still use aerosols and liquids, but don't dump 2 gallons of something in a puddle next to where you're hunting.
Like Acorn Rage or whatever some of that stuff is out there.
Yeah. A lot of that stuff, I get this question a lot, is like, you go to Fleet Farm, and I love Fleet Farm, but I spend way too much money at Fleet Farm. But you go down the main aisle, and they know what everyone's doing. So you walk right in, and the first thing you see are trophy rocks and mineral licks and different buck jams and whatnot. And it's like, they don't have any reason not to sell it. It's not illegal to sell it. And there might be areas or things or private businesses or commercials or cows that utilize some of this stuff. So they can sell it. There's nothing against it. Like, we can't restrict that, and they can sell whatever, but hunters cannot buy that to use it for deer hunting and other species hunting.
Mm-hmm. Jake, good stuff as always, man. I know when we get closer to rifle season, we got to get you in studio for another longer segment like we usually do.
Yeah,
so.
well, I guess it is a month away,
yeah,
which is pretty crazy. I feel like last time we talked, it was mid-August, and
mm-hmm.
we're like, oh, fall's coming. And now it's like we're a month away from the gun deer season, which is crazy. But yeah, no, I'll get in there in the next couple of weeks. We'll long form this. We'll have a good time. So again, I appreciate you getting the Zoom thing figured out for this week. It's been a couple weeks. It's always fun to chat, and there's no dumb questions to that caller or texter or whatnot. There's no dumb questions. So love answering questions for everyone listening, and feel free to send any of them in.
Absolutely. Jake, appreciate it, buddy. Be safe. Enjoy the rest of the week, and we'll catch up with you next time. Okay, sir?
Appreciate it. Talk to you guys later.
You got it. There you go. There's Jake Bolks, conservation warden for the great state of Wisconsin. We got to take a quick break. We'll be back after these few words.
The Dan Kasper Show will be right back.
Have you been dreaming of some new flooring for your particular space? You daydream about it constantly. Those Rigid Max floors in the kitchen, the new carpet in the bedrooms. It's affecting your life because you can't stop. Big thanks again to Mr. Jake Bolks for joining us and helping answer some of your outdoor-related questions. Don't forget, every Thursday, send those on in, whether it's hunting, fishing, maybe some trails, or any outdoor-related question, licensing. Send those on over. We don't have to use your name if you don't want. All right, Jake wants to help answer those questions for you. Speaking of answering questions, we'll have Eric Balkman joining us in a few minutes, just past 9 o'clock. So if you have any fantasy football questions on who you should be starting, who you should be benching, maybe picking up in the waiver wire, text those on over, and Eric will help you fill out your Week 8 lineup as we get set for Week 8 of the NFL season, officially beginning tonight. Vikings, Chargers, not a bad matchup. Two teams probably really looking for a win. Chargers went out, started the season 3-0, picking up wins against every division opponent. They're now down to 4-3. Minnesota's coming off of a loss against the Eagles. So you got two teams. I don't know if desperate's the right word, but really, really, really wanting a win at this point in time in the season. So should be a good one here for Thursday night football. Bucks, again, reminder, tomorrow night they'll be back at it, but the game time has changed. Tip time is going to be at 5:30 now because the game going up against Toronto Raptors, well, game of the World Series. Also tomorrow, Toronto and Seattle. Saw Giannis yesterday talking about, he was asked about Shohei Ohtani, and he said, the Dodgers, right? No, I don't like the Dodgers. They beat my Brewers. One thing that I know now is that I don't like the Dodgers. That a boy, Giannis. That a boy. Now you know. Now you know. So, but your thoughts if you watched, listened to the Bucks game, first impressions. I know it's only one game. We got 81 more of these to go. First glimpse of Miles Turner and Giannis together. Miles Turner said after the game, he's incredible. I'm glad he's on my side now, man. And then Giannis said he's a high-character guy. He's an incredible leader. He takes feedback, and so do I. As long as we are like that as leaders, chemistry is going to happen. It's a matter of time. And then Giannis if you'd missed it too, you could check it out on Turner's dunk last night, posterizing. Giannis said, I haven't seen a play like that in a while. So Giannis is very high on this team, though. He continues to say that, whether you believe it or not, whether he's just trying to motivate the ball club and such. But again, he said the team is incredible. I said it a couple days ago. Very, very, very dangerous team. He's high on it. He's, whether you believe it or not, whether he's just going out there and saying it to try to beef up the guys or get their confidence going. But I understand why he kind of looks at that. I think a lot of it is predicated on him handling the ball, being the primary ball handler. If he's going to play more of the point forward, bringing the ball up, and it's putting a lot on the shoulders of those outside shooters. And then you throw in a little Miles Turner. So we'll see how it kind of plays out for the rest of the season. I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic with this group. But it's a long season, right? We know it. All right, football too. We've been talking a little bit more about the Rodgers, Steelers, Packers game this weekend. It's starting to really kind of kick in now that we're getting closer, and it makes sense. But Rodgers talked a little bit with the media, Pittsburgh media. He's going to be talking with the Packers media today. So we'll see what other tidbits he's got. I don't know if he's going to really say a whole lot, probably just sing the praises of his time during when he was in Green Bay. But once we get a little bit closer and closer to it, maybe the feels will start to kick in more for some Packers fans and such. But I honestly feel like if this game was in Lambeau, he wouldn't get booed. He'd probably get a nice ovation and such. Packers will acknowledge him and welcome him back and that. So there'll be that. I don't think there would be any boos or anything like that. I mean, they did it when Mike McCarthy came over with the Cowboys. He got a nice little ovation and other players and such. This is different with Aaron Rodgers. But I don't think he'd be booed or anything like that. I kind of wish it was. Kind of wish it wasn't in Green Bay a little bit. But at the same time, it is what it is. Let's go and pick up the win. That's the most important thing. It's not just to beat Aaron Rodgers. It's to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers because this NFC standings right now, they're pretty tight. So, all right, we got to play a little catch-up again. Quick break, and we'll be back to wrap up the third hour after these quick words.
Got a take on
Winter's coming, Eau Claire, and so is your wallet. If you wait too long, that is. AJM Automotive says it's time to swap out those worn-out tires for some new ones before Jack Frost has you sliding into your neighbor's mailbox. And don't forget the snowblower. Bring it in for a tune-up so it doesn't quit on you faster than your uncle shoveling just one driveway this season. AJM Automotive tires, tune-ups, and a little peace of mind before the first snow hits. Don't wait. Because as we know here in Wisconsin, snow waits for no one. Give them a call today to set up your appointment, 715-835-9523. Heck, oil change, engine work, whatever the case may be, AJM Automotive can help you out. All right, coming up as we wrap up this third hour, again, Eric Balkman. So final call for any fantasy football questions you may have for Eric. Send those on over to me on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line with a quick text, 715-830-1912. So as we get set for week 8 of the NFL season. We'll get back to some more hoops talk coming up as well. I also want to throw a little baseball talk in here too, because there was this Pat Murphy was doing a little podcast and such. And he was asked about the possibility of the Brewers maybe trading for a guy like Tariq Skubal. And when I kind of saw this, I was like, okay, like what? Why is this a thing and such? So I want to go through this. It was on an episode of the show that features baseball insider from the New York Post, John Hyman, and Joel Sherman. And they kind of posed the scenario of Tariq Skubal maybe going to the Brewers on a 1-year type of thing. Are the Brewers in that category where could they, after how this season transpired, do they kind of pull like what they did maybe in 2011 and kind of push some of the chips in for a 1-year run? But we'll go through some of the comments from what Pat Murphy had to say about that possibility. So I do want to throw a little baseball talk, a little Brewers talk in this final hour too. So I'll just, if you haven't seen the comments, don't get your hopes up. Don't get your hopes up. Which I honestly, I don't think anybody really had their hopes up at this, because when I first saw it, I'm like, where is this coming from? Where in the world is this coming from? But so we'll throw that in there too as we get set for the World's. Anybody out there rooting for the Dodgers in this thing, or are we all just going to go with the Brewers here? Or I wish it was the Brewers. Oh my gosh, the Blue Jays. We're Blue Jays, right? We're repping the Blue Jays. God, unless you're just like straight up, no, I go for the leagues. So you're maybe kind of begrudgingly going for the Dodgers. I don't know of anybody going for the Dodgers, but maybe there is. Who knows? So, all right, shot clock's going to cut me off here in a few seconds. Get those questions in now for Mr. Balkman. All right, text them 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line. So get those on in. Let them help you with your Week 8 lineup. 3 in. We got one more to go. Got some news updates. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes.
Laughter, bold sports takes, and the sudden urge to yell at your radio. You've officially entered Happy Hour on the Dan Kasper Show, where stats are optional, opinions are strong, and Dan might be running on caffeine or something stronger. It's the final hour. Loosen the tie, unbuckle the brain, and let's get weird.
It is the final hour on this Thursday morning. Appreciate you tuning in however you may be tuning in from. We're going to get back to some more Bucks talk as we recap last night's victory over the Washington Wizards. Bucks back at it tomorrow night, taking on the Toronto Raptors. We'll get back to some more Packers talk, too, as the Packers returned to practice yesterday. Devontae Wyatt returning to practice. That'd be a nice boost for this team as they get set to take on Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Maybe we'll see Christian Watson make his debut. He told reporters yesterday that's the expectation. So we'll get back to that as well. We kick off this hour like we do every Thursday now, going forward through the football season, talking some fantasy football with our guy from Fantasy Football Players Championship, High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, RotoViz, Better Network, The Score, Wisconsin, Mr. Eric Balkman. Good morning, Eric. How you doing, bud?
Good morning, Dan. Doing excellent. How are you?
Not bad, man. Not bad. Happy Aaron Rodgers week to you.
To those who celebrate.
Right, exactly. So the kind of start, I think for me, finally, it's starting to kind of hit a little bit. It's like, oh, yeah, we're playing Aaron Rodgers this weekend. So it's
going to be wild. I mean, you could think about all the great games that he had as a Packer, and we loved it. And especially the way that he played last Thursday, granted against the Bengals. But it's like, God, are we going to see vintage Rodgers on Sunday Night Football? I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Right. Well, we got a lot of questions for you if you're ready to hammer it down now. So
absolutely. Let's go.
We got Bloomer Tony saying, good morning, guys. I need to pick one to pair with Justin Jefferson. He's got George Pickens versus Denver, McMillan versus Buffalo, Chris Olave versus Tampa, or Deebo Samuel versus Kansas City.
I don't like Samuel. I think he's going to play, but with Marcus Mariota, I think you can rule him out when you have these other great options here. I am of the opinion that Teteroa McMillan was down last week because he was covered by Sauce Gardner. He was covered in Sauce Gardner most of the week or most of the game, and that's why Leggett had the big game. So I like him for a nice bounce back in Buffalo. But, God, I look at that total in that Saints-Buccaneers game, and I just feel like that this could be a massive Chris Olave week. He wasn't all that involved last week, but he did get into the end zone a couple of times. I think that Buccaneers secondary is exploitable. So if you're going to pick one of those guys, I think I'd put Olave in there with Justin Jefferson.
We've got Jordan. He's got a guillotine league. Is at 0.5 PPR. For tight end, Cade Otton, or buy into the Oronde Gadsden hype?
Yeah, I think you buy into the hype and play Gadsden tonight. I know he's a little bit more high risk, and you typically want to go with the higher floor players in guillotine leagues. But I'm going to go with Gadsden, given how involved he has been this week. Obviously, no Hassan Haskins tonight, so maybe there's more of a concentration, more of a focus on getting the ball out of Justin Herbert's hands early and often. The Chargers have been one of the top passing teams in the league, and I like what I've seen the last 2 weeks. Otton was good, but I think Gadsden could be great this week. The only way I would say Otton is if you're really worried about like a low floor game from Gadsden, which I don't think happens, but certainly in the realm of possibilities. If it were my team, I'd be playing Gadsden.
Jordan also asks, with Jaden Reed out, do I roll with Marcus Mariota, or do I go with Penix, Flacco, or Dart from the waiver wire?
Yeah, I like Dart. Best. I know it's against the Eagles defense, but the Eagles defense hasn't been Eagles defense in capital letters the last few weeks. So Dart is making plays with his legs, his arm. You got to be prepared for a turnover or two, maybe three. But I do think that he ends up putting up numbers here. That's my favorite one of the week, or if out of those choices. And if you have no Jaden Daniels, Dart is a nice little consolation prize.
Matt's got a wide receiver question. He's asking, should I roll with Matthew Golden this week? He seems to be getting more touches, or stick with DJ Moore in my lineup?
I don't really like either one of these guys. I think the way I would play this, because it's a noon game on Sunday, you're going to know if DJ Moore is in or not. The total on that game is 49.5. I do think at this point Lamar Jackson returns to make it more of a shootout type game. That's where I go here with with DJ Moore. Golden not only has been problematic for getting targets with Kraft and Dobbs and Wicks and all these other guys, now he might have to contend with Christian Watson this week as well. So I like Moore better than Golden.
We got a running back question here from Ben. Ben says, do I go with Woody Marks or do I go with Chuba Hubbard?
Yeah, this is the classic bipocalypse question because normally you would want either one of these guys. Maybe as a flex, I get it. I would probably go with Chuba Hubbard here. I mean, it's close. I think the Bills' defense can be had. We know that for whatever reason, this Carolina rushing attack has been great. I still think Dowdle is the more talented back there. And Woody Marks, for what it's worth, did get some extra run on Monday Night Football against Seattle this past week. But I lean towards Hubbard. I think the Panthers are hell-bent on making sure he gets a lot of touches, and I think he gets more touches than Marks. So that's where I lean this week.
Another running back question from Tim. He says, should I continue to start Alvin Kamara going up against the Buccaneers, or do I go with Jordan Mason with Minnesota tonight?
I still think it's Kamara. The only thing that I guess that gives me a little bit of pause, and I say a little bit, is that he's dealing with an ankle injury right now. He was limited in practice yesterday. I think that's going to be okay because they just want to manage the workload there, and he might get limited again Thursday. Quite frankly, get limited again on Friday. I think it's Kamara over Mason. I'll say the one caveat is if the Vikings do not activate Aaron Jones off of injured reserve before tonight's game, then I think you play Mason over Kamara, but that's the only scenario.
We got another texter. Jeremy says, PPR league, do I go Breece Hall or J.K. Dobbins?
Breece Hall or Dobbins? Oh, man. Hall's dealing with that injury right now, too. He was limited yesterday. God, this is so close, Dan. I'm gonna lean towards Hall over Dobbins. I was pretty impressed with the Cowboys' rush defense last week. Now, maybe that was because there was no threat of a passing attack in the second half of that game. But I'm going to go with Hall. Both of these defenses are exploitable, but I think the Bengals are a little bit more exploitable right now. So start Hall over Dobbins.
If there's a way, maybe he could start both of them. Would you say start both of them?
Yes. Yeah, I think they're both very good starts this week. Excellent starts, yes.
Tight end question, Zach Ertz or Mason Taylor?
And Mason Taylor's been bad the last couple of weeks. We don't know who his quarterback is going to be. It could be Tyrod Taylor. It could be Justin Fields. Again, it kind of depends upon Tyrod Taylor's knee. I think I'm going to go with the volume here. I'm going to go with the worst matchup or the better matchup, for Mason Taylor. I'm going to play him over Zach Ertz. Although I think Ertz is a fine start, I'm going to go with the matchup and the volume here with Taylor. Although Ertz could get some volume as well. Now, the thing is, if Samuel and McLaurin are back, then you don't want to mess around with Ertz. So, yeah, Mason Taylor. I'm thinking out loud here. It's Mason Taylor.
Just a question here from another Ben. He says, I've got the tight end Smith from Pittsburgh. Since they're going up against Green Bay this weekend, should I try to put him in my starting lineup, even if it's a flex?
I would say no, you don't try to do that. It's something that you might have to do. But you think about what Aaron Rodgers did against the Bengals on Thursday night. He made 3 tight ends really fantasy viable with Smith, Freiermuth, and Darnell Washington. So Smith is a guy like I might have to start Geno Smith in a league this week because of the bye-apocalypse with 6 teams on bye, but it's not something I'm looking to do. I hope there's a better option. Juwan Johnson, Theo Johnson, Cade Otton, Dalton Schultz, all those guys would be better.
Got a quarterback question. Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, Nate wants to know, should he start Aaron Rodgers going up against the Packers defense or Mac Jones?
Okay, so it looks like it's going to be Mac Jones again this week. I don't love the matchup against Houston. I think that you probably go with Rodgers this week on Sunday Night Football and bet on a primetime guy and Rodgers going up against his old team for the first time, really lighting it up. I think that's the way I would lean here. The floor and quite frankly the ceiling for sure is low with Jones against Houston this week. And I think that there's a high floor, high ceiling potential with Rodgers. So yeah, Rodgers is the play.
Dave's got a question. He says, hey, good morning, Eric. Is Daniel Jones my long-term starter over Jordan Love in fantasy right now?
No, he's not. But if you can keep both on your team, please do so. I would love a Jones-Love team where I can play matchups the rest of the way. I think what you want to do this week is play Daniel Jones over Jordan Love. The rest of the season, if you can only keep one on your roster, I guess I would be cutting Love, but try to keep them both on your roster here. I know that's might not be easy, but if I had to cut one, it'd be Jordan Love.
Got another texter says, I have Tua as my quarterback. Do you know of any other waiver options? Is Carson Wentz an option? Do you see the Minnesota Vikings continuing with him down the stretch?
Yeah, I don't like Tagovailoa this week at all. Andy Dalton would be better. He's probably on your waiver wire. Carson Wentz, I like significantly better than Tagovailoa. Spencer Rattler in that Buccaneers game, too. He's probably available. The one that's probably the best, and I mean, obviously, if Jackson Dart, Joe Flacco are available, yeah, pick those guys up. But the one that I think might be the best start that might still be on your waiver wire is Marcus Mariota Monday night against the Chiefs. That'd probably be my favorite. And I'm sure he's available. I shouldn't say I'm sure he's available. I think there's a high likelihood he's available, and I like him oodles better than Tagovailoa this week.
We've got a running back question. Jaylen Warren going up against the Packers or Chase Brown against the Jets?
I'm going to say Chase Brown here, even though Warren's been more involved. That Packers rush defense has shown a lot more flashes of being really good than the Jets have. And Chase Brown was really involved last week. He had his best game on the ground. I'm going to roll with Chase Brown over Warren this week.
I feel like we're getting this next question almost every week, but from different people. This one's from David. Is A.J. Brown finally worth starting?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a great start this week. I know he's dealing with a knee injury right now, or hamstring, I think it was actually. So you look at him, I think he's with 6 teams on bye this week, it's going to be really tough for me to say, oh yeah, you probably got 2 better receivers than him, or like a 2 receiver and a flex better than him. I think he's a really good start. I'm starting him with confidence this week, as long as he's active, which I think he will be.
We got a texter. I actually have a defensive question here for you. Should I be benching the Packers defense going up against Aaron Rodgers? Some options that I do have out there is the New Orleans Saints, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, New England Patriots.
Yeah, I would bench him for the Patriots. If the Patriots are available to you, then yeah, for sure I would play them over Green Bay. Those other ones, I'd still be playing the Packers. 2 other streaming defenses you may want to look at that might be available that I think would be better than Green Bay this week would be Indianapolis against the Titans, and then the Falcons at home against the Dolphins as well.
Man. All right, one more question here for you. We're going to go back to the quarterbacks here. We've got Dak Prescott or Bo Nix. They're going against each other, aren't they?
Going against each other, yeah. I actually have an email for my show tonight, actually. I had an emailer send this one in, and I don't know how I feel about it yet. I feel like I should say Prescott, but he is on the road. It is Denver. So I think I'm going to lean towards Nix here. He offers a little bit more at the legs than Prescott does. So I lean Nix here, home against the Cowboys.
He's Eric Balkman, High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, Fantasy Football Players Championship, RotoViz, The Score, Wisconsin Better Network. All right, how do you see this game going on Sunday night? Packers, Steelers. Who are you going to roll with?
I'm going to say the Packers win, but it would not surprise me at all if the Steelers come out on top. This is a tough game for Green Bay to take a 4-2 team on the road. I will say something to the effect of 26-23 Green Bay. How about that?
I like it, man. Hey, dude, appreciate the time as always. I know everybody appreciates you answering their questions and helping them out. So enjoy the week, enjoy the games, and we'll catch up with you again soon, bud.
Anytime, Dan. Enjoy the games this weekend. Go Pack, go.
You got it. There you go. Eric Balkman. Good stuff as always from our good friend over in the Fox Valley. Let's take a quick break and let's talk some more football and some more hoops. And I do want to throw a little baseball talk in here too. Lots to get to here in the final 44 minutes. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
You're listening to The Dan Kasper Show.
days left for this Carpet City Flooring Center fall sale. You can save anywhere between $150 to $1,000 off on any hard surface purchase. Or if you were thinking, man, I was looking at for some carpet. Hey, part of that is free carpet installation. So just a couple days left for this Carpet City Flooring Center fall sale. It goes through the 25th. So stop on by our good friends at Carpet City Flooring Center, 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire. If you've been waiting, but yet dreaming of that new flooring, whether it's some luxury vinyl planks, maybe some tile, maybe you're redoing the bathroom or such, or maybe you want some new carpet for the bedroom, now is your chance. Take advantage of this sale going on at our good friends at Carpet City Flooring Center. I was perusing around their Facebook page here too, and you got the duos between some carpet and their Rigid Max flooring. That stuff looks sharp, man. That looks good. They know what they're doing over there. So they helped design the man cave at our house. Picked out the colors, the tile colors that worked out for the man cave. So they could do the same for you. If you're not sure what would work or what would look the best in your space, they can help you out there too. So big thanks again to all of you for sending in some questions for Eric. Reminder, it's every Thursday, 9:05. You can continue to send those questions over and let him help you with your fantasy lineups. Before we get back to some more football and baseball talk, Pat Murphy was on the show. It's a show featuring New York Post insiders John Heyman and Joel Sherman. And they were talking about Tariq Skubal and the possibility could a team acquire him. He's got 1 year left, kind of, a little bit with the Freddie Peralta talk that is being out there with Freddie with the Brewers, 1 year left. And there's reports out there that the Tigers and Skubal seem to be miles apart on a potential extension. So if he were available for a trade, with a Brewers team that won the most games this season, maybe could use another starter like a Skubal if they want to put their chips in, on the table and push them all in the middle to go for it for 1 year. Could the Brewers be a team that would go after Skubal? You take away salaries and stuff. The makeup of a Brewers team kind of fits like a natural fit. And Pat Murphy was asked about it, and he said, quote, "The Skubal thing, believe me, there's a lot of things in baseball that would give up a lot for that right now. But when you think of our organization, giving up prospects for 1 year of control of somebody is probably not what we do best. It probably doesn't make sense, does it?" And as Joel and John said, well, they did do that for Zach Greinke with 1 year of control left on his rookie deal. So they did do that at one point. But realistically, are the Brewers going to do that? I would say no, unless Mark Atanasio says do it. If he says do it, would they do it? Would they try to go all in? Would they go after a guy like a Skubal, keep Freddie Peralta for another year? And then you got those two. You throw in a little Miz. Maybe be a little bit more patient with some of the youngsters coming up. You throw in Priester as your towards the bottom rotation arm. I don't think it's happening. Yeah, I think it would cost a lot of prospects. I mean, I'm sure the Tigers would probably, their initial asking price would probably be somebody like Jesus Mate or something like that. And there's just no way that the Brewers would be, I would imagine, willing to trade a guy like Jesus Mate for a 1 year of Skubal. But it brings to the question, and I'll throw it out to you, Brewers fans, and I might bring this up again tomorrow with Brandon. Given what we saw this year with this Brewers team, 97 wins. You got one more year left with Freddie on this current deal, assuming that he will not sign an extension with the Brewers because he's going to want a ton of money and they're not going to shell it out. Would you like to see the Brewers do maybe something similar to what they did in 2011? They knew they had 1 year left of Prince Fielder. So what do? They go out there, they get Zach Greinke. They go out there and get Sean Markham. And we all kind of had that sense in 2011, like, okay, this is a 1 year shot, right? It's a 1 year shot for this. Do you go out there and do it this year? Do you try this offseason? Do you go with the same approach? Or maybe it does set you back a little bit. But and maybe something similar to what Baltimore did when they acquired Corbin Burns from the Brewers. Do you want to see the Brewers do that? It doesn't guarantee you anything. And how much do you factor a potential lockout in 2027? Does that factor into it too? Like, hey, we might not have baseball, at least for a period of time. That's where I'm going to be curious to see this offseason. Do we see teams making moves for guys that have 1 year left, like aggressive moves? Freddie would be in that category. Are teams going to be aggressive with the Brewers to try to acquire somebody like Freddie because his contract's cheap? He's got 1 year left because they're like, okay, we don't know what 2027 is going to look like. Baseball's not going away, but it might just be a hot minute before we play again. Are there going to be teams who feel like they're on the cusp of competing for a championship? Or maybe they assume that stuff's going to change with salaries and such, so they want to try to go all in again one more year. Maybe that bodes well for teams like Dodgers, Mets, and such with big payrolls. If they feel like, hey, there might be a little cap going on here, I highly doubt it, but if there is that push and it is trending that way, could we see maybe higher spending teams trying to push all their chips in and be aggressive to try to win one more, to buy one more? I'm really curious to see how this hot stove, this baseball offseason plays out. How much does the potential 2027 potential lockout, affect some of these moves by teams in the offseason? Do you see high-spending teams maybe trying to spend more in case they are nervous or a little bit that, okay, maybe there are going to be some salary changes? Or do you see the teams like the Brewers that were so close try to make a move that way? But then you're going to have, on the other hand, is a starting pitcher necessarily the biggest need for the Brewers, or is it a hitter? You're probably going to have the majority of Brewers players or Brewers fans say, get us another hitter. Get us another power bat. But I want to throw it to you. Do you want this Brewers team, given what we saw this year and maybe the areas of shortage for this Brewers team, do you want them to be aggressive and maybe give up some of their high prospects for a 1 year rental? Or do you want to keep it status quo? Because if you push all your chips in, it's not a guarantee. Do you want to keep it status quo? You're going to put up wins. That's going to get you into postseason, and you just hope for some luck in the postseason. How would you play it? Let me know. Hit me up with a text, 715-830-1912. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll throw in some hoops talk, football talk in the final 30 minutes. Stick around. We'll be back after these few words.
The Dan Kasper Show will be right back.
Fall is here and winter's right around the corner. Is your footwear ready? At Shoe Doctor, they've got you covered from the crisp fall days to the snow-filled months ahead. Whether you need waterproof boots, warm winter shoes, or stylish options for the season, their experts will find the perfect fit for you. They carry the best brands with comfort and durability guaranteed. Visit Shoe Doctor on East Claremont Avenue in Eau Claire or online at ShoeDoctorEauClaire.com. Shoe Doctor, where your feet always leave happy no matter the season. Shoe Doctor, fitting you for life.
Grant here for Kai's Chevy Town. We're a short drive from anywhere, just a minute off Interstate 94, exit 41 on the north side of Menominee. You know, there's a few purchases throughout our life that are significant, right? right? Our home or our vehicle. That's a real chunk of change, and it's something that's crucial to your everyday life. And when it comes time to make those purchases, you want to make sure that you trust the people you're working with, that they have your best interests in mind, that they're genuine. And that's the staff at Kai's Chevy Town. They put me in my Malibu last September. They made every step of the process so easy. They outlined, here's why we're doing this, and here's why we think you should do this instead of that. But don't take my word for it. They've been operating for 3 generations, and that's not something that happens unless you treat people the right way and have their best interests in mind. And that's why people keep coming back. So if you've been thinking about maybe it's time for a new vehicle, I'm telling you, whenever your time comes, Kai's is the place. And October is truck month with great deals. They're going to give you great rates and financing on something a little heavier duty, which is perfect just in time for the winter. Check their inventory or schedule an appointment for service. ChevyTownUSA.com. Be wise. See Kai's for the best buys.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of pay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
We're opening the doors at some government agencies. Let's take a look at some of our food and farm news this morning. On Sports Talk 105.1 AM 790, there's movement in agriculture in Washington despite the federal government shutdown. That's because Agriculture Secretary Rick Rollins announced yesterday morning the Farm Service Agency offices around the country will reopen today, and that she has $3 billion in aid to send out to farmers. Rollins explained the FSA reopening would be for core operations like farm loan processing and ARC PLC payments. The money for those programs will come from the Commodity Credit Corporation, which Congress replenished before the shutdown with $13 billion. But there remains little movement on many other needed programs because of the federal government shutdown. Governor Tony Evers has announced that because of the federal government shutdown and layoff of workers, Wisconsin's food share program will run out of funding in about a week. That program shutdown will mean about 700,000 people across the state will be without help to buy basic food and groceries. The governor said the administration also recently notified the state there will be insufficient funds to pay full November SNAP or food stamp benefits for about 42 million people across the country. But so far, the governor's office said there appears to be enough funding for the Women's, Infants, and Children's Feeding Program. And the finalists for this year's Wisconsin Farm Bureau's 35 Under 35 Awards have been named. That program recognizes creativity and innovation of young farmers. The finalists from our area include Isaac Christensen of the Polk Burnett County Farm Bureau, Erica Gentry, Matthew and Alexa Alexander Olson of Jackson, and Jeff and Sarah Huber of Adams County. Also Justin and Kristen Jensen of Dunn and Nathan Utek of Marathon County are finalists. Winners will be announced. Farm Bureau State meeting coming up in December. That's a look at some of our food and farm news on Sports Talk 105.1 and AM 790. I'm Bob O'Toole.
Live from the TDS Sports Talk 105.1 studios. It's the Dan Kasper Show.
Kyle, I have no idea if Brandon Woodruff is done. I have no idea. I haven't seen. I don't know if you mean by done with the Brewers or just done in general. But yeah, He's a free agent after this year, and as Adam McAuliffe noted in his latest piece, 5 big questions facing the Brewers this offseason. I mean, he's part of that. Will Brandon Woodruff be back? He won't be. That's who knows at this point. I'm not quite sure. He does have and the thing is, he's got an option, and it's a $20 million mutual option, $10 million buyout. If Woodruff's option is declined, he would become the lone candidate on the roster for a qualifying offer, which, if he declined, would qualify the Brewers for a premium pick in next year's draft should he sign elsewhere. That would be an expensive decision if Woodruff, already with a $10 million buyout in hand from his option, accepts the qualifying offer and decides to spend next year building up a resume to enter free agency in 26-27. This year's qualifying offer is $22.025 million. So that's definitely going to be an interesting one. Later on, Adam McAuliffe, he would know. He covers the Brewers for Brewers.com. What will the starting rotation look like? Let's say the Brewers follow the Corbin Burns model and trade Peralta this winter, and they pass on Quintana. What could the rotation look like with them? Quinn Priester, Mizorowski, Patrick, Robert Gasser, Logan Henderson, Aaron Ashby, DL Hall, Tobias Myers, Carlos Rodriguez, Coleman Crow. So that's a very, very young roster. Very young roster. So another texter also chiming in saying, as an avid Brewers fan, I would push the chips in because if you play the game where you hope to make it to the playoffs and can't compete with the teams who are big markets or did push the chips in, it doesn't matter. Anyways, luck only takes you so far. Look at what the Dodgers pitching staff did to us. Shut down the best collective group of hitters in baseball. A big hitter has stats that look good in regular season but can't win you 4 games in a best-of-7 series. I think if you still talk to a lot of Brewers fans, they'd still probably want another power bats in there, because a lot of those, maybe some Brewers fans would argue that another power bat would be a bigger benefit than maybe another starting pitcher. I just throw it out there, maybe like a home run guy. I don't know. We'll see what the Brewers do this offseason, if they even do anything, if they stand quiet. But I have to think about it a little bit more. When we say chips in the middle, we're talking about, willing to trade your top prospects for a 1-year rental, not just shelling out more cash and money. We're talking about moving on from maybe guys like a Jesus Mate or something like that. Yoho, relief pitcher. I'd have to think about that one a little bit more. Bucks last night. Again, nice win against the Wizards. Giannis doing Giannis things. Efficient. Played less than 30 minutes. He puts up a double-double. Goes over 30 points. Over 10 rebounds. Has 5 assists. He's had 7 of those in his career, where he's put up over 30 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists in under 30 minutes. Leads the pack by far. The next closest is Joel Embiid and the Joker, who have 3 apiece. So, had a little bit of a different starting lineup. Kuzma coming off the bench. Gary Trent Jr., Kevin Porter Jr. Kevin Porter Jr., even though he got the start, only playing 9 minutes. Ryan Rollins coming off the bench and playing 29 minutes, which a lot of people kind of following the Bucks and such threw that out there as a possibility. Like, hey, Ryan Reynolds could maybe be the main guard. May not be a starter, but he's going to get a ton of time coming off the bench, and that was the case last night. We'll see if that's going to be the case going forward here for the Bucks. But the other starter too, AJ Green, Derry Bird, getting 27 minutes, 3 of 5 from 3 for 11 points. All starters in double-figure scoring, and then a couple players off the bench, including Kuzma and Prince. Kuzma putting up 12 points, Prince 11 points. Bobby Portis just 17 minutes of action, just 1 of 6, but he did get 6 rebounds and 2 points. Cole Anthony and Ryan Rollins also contributing 9 points off the bench. So 133-120 victory. Chris Middleton, he shined in his former building, 29 minutes, putting up Chris Middleton-like numbers too. 23, 6, and 3. 23 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists. Bucks will be back at it tomorrow night where they'll be taking on the Toronto Raptors. Toronto with a big win, 138-118 over the Atlanta Hawks, a Hawks team that a lot of people are high on. But you look at what Toronto did. I mean, Brandon Ingram, Toronto was a team rumored to potentially trade for Giannis, and you had guys like R.J. Barrett's name mentioned as a possibility in there. Well, R.J. put up 25 points, every starter in double-figure scoring, and plus they had Greg Dick coming off the bench putting up 21 points too. So, but a big win for Toronto to open up their season. That game tomorrow night, Bucks Toronto 5:30 did get changed, a little bit adjusted. So, but Giannis again after the game last night saying we're a dangerous team. What does he mean by dangerous team? What does he mean by when he keeps saying we are a dangerous team? I think it's multiple parts. Dangerous because nobody really expects anything from them. Nobody's giving them a chance to come out of the East. Nobody's thinking about them. So they're going to catch up on some people. They're going to surprise some people in that aspect. They're going to be different offensively. They're going to do things differently, especially if Giannis is the primary ball handler. I mean, I got the marker board out here. I could kind of write it out for everybody. But if he's a primary ball handler, point forward, he's bringing the ball up, or he's going to have it at the top of the key a lot. You spread out. You got your three-point shooters in the corner. You got your three-point shooters across the perimeter. He drives to the line. You got some kick-out options. The Bucks were one of the best last year in three-point percentage. They're probably going to shoot more this year because of that. They've surrounded Giannis with more outside shooting. Even Miles Turner. Yes, Brook Lopez shot the three. Dame shot the three. But this is a little bit different. You're gonna have a little bit of different mindset, and this is because, well, Giannis is going to be the guy bringing the ball up more times than he did in years prior, especially with Dame on the team or Drew Holiday on the team. He's going to be the creator. He's going to create stuff for him. He's going to create opportunities for his teammates. And I think you add in that, and you add in that nobody really from a national sense is believing him. That's why he keeps saying we're a dangerous team. And honestly, I believe him. If they can play up to their potential, if they can play up to that potential that I think they have, I think they could surprise a lot of people. Yeah, I wouldn't say right now the best team in the Eastern Conference. But I think they're going to be one of those teams. I think there's so many national peeps right now that are just ignoring the Bucks. And they're just focused on when's Giannis going to get traded. When's Giannis going to get traded? That's the only talk they care about right now. And it's ridiculous. It's annoying. It is what it is, though. Also, today, we're going to hear from Aaron Rodgers as he talks to the Green Bay media. He talked to the Pittsburgh media yesterday, but he's going to answer some questions from the reporters who used to cover him for a couple of them, for many years. You know, everybody's throwing this out there as it's a revenge game. Aaron's downplayed it. Packers have downplayed it. Apparently, Dan Orlovsky is saying this is a revenge game. I didn't see what he said on there. I don't view it as a revenge game, but I do view it that Aaron's going to be a little bit more motivated than what he's probably letting off right now. I view Favre going against the Packers as a revenge game. To me, this isn't at that same level. I could be completely wrong, But I feel like this one is that animosity isn't at the same level. I don't feel that. It's natural. It's human. Aaron's going to want to go out there and ball out in front of his former team and prove it. Yes, anybody in any facet, whether it's sports or business, jobs, whatever, you're going up against former team or you're competing against, your former boss for a sale or something like that. Yeah, you're going to want to prove a point. You're going to want to rise to the okay. That's human nature, but I don't feel like there's this seething. Like, you knew it was about revenge for Favre when he was at the Vikings going up against Green Bay. You knew that. And you knew it from the other side, too. Like, Green Bay was just like, we got to win this one. Like, you hear Charles Woodson talk about it in America's Game when after the Packers won Super Bowl 45, after every Super Bowl champion, they come out with an America's Game documentary, which are fantastic. And they talk about that second year. Like, they dropped the first two. You had to win them. You had to win them. And they did. There isn't this type of animosity or revenge factor. In my opinion, I don't think there is. Yeah, Aaron wants to play well in front of his former team. There is going to be a little bit more oomph in his step. A little bit more oomph in his play. I wouldn't call it revenge by any means. I wouldn't call it revenge by any means. I don't think it's that close. But I think there's going to be, it might be some nerves right away. I'm sure Aaron would love nothing more than to begin the game with a big play, score early. And it's at the same time, too, everybody's focusing on Aaron. Jordan Love probably wants to play well, too, in front of his former mentor. And what the difference is here is that Love and Rodgers still talk. They still have a relationship. They text back and forth. And there was a good relationship when they were teammates. And there's not, you look at it, it's been 3 years now, too. You look at this Packers team, yes, the head coach is still the same. Rodgers backup, now the starter's there. Elton Jenkins, Rashawn Gary, Romeo was a rookie year, Christian Watson was in his rookie year. A lot of other stuff that's the same. But I feel like Rodgers is going to put more pressure on himself than what probably Jordan Love's going to do. That's not necessarily I'm not trying to say that as a bad thing. Rodgers he does that. He does that a lot. Right? He does that a lot. He finds a chip on his shoulder. He finds something to do, a little extra motivation. A lot of the best players do that. Jordan has admitted to doing that how many times? All right, we got to take a quick break, and then we'll do some picks. We got some hoops. We got a football game tonight. Don't forget I forgot last week's picks, so I'm pretty much out of the Pro Football Weekly Pick'em Challenge. Don't be like me. Get your picks in at our website, sportstalk1051.com. And get your picks in because we got a game tonight. It should be a good one. Vikings-Chargers, too. So we'll pick that one, plus some hockey and some hoops games. But we got to take a quick break, and we'll be back to wrap up this Thursday morning in just a few minutes. right, time to wrap it up here this morning. We got some picks to get to. Let's begin in the NHL world. Blackhawks taking on Tampa Bay. Give me Tampa Bay. The Ducks taking on Boston. Give me the Ducks. Come on, Anaheim. Yes. Philly, Ottawa. I'll go Ottawa. Brandon's Pittsburgh Penguins taking on Florida. Got to go Florida. Detroit taking on the Islanders. I'll go with the Islanders. The Sharks taking on the Rangers. I'll go with the Rangers. Utah. Give me 2. Taking on the Blues. I know the Blues are favored, but I got to go Utah. Vancouver taking on Nashville. I'll go Nashville. My Kraken taking on the Jets of Winnipeg. Screw it. Seattle. Come on. It's probably going to be Winnipeg, but I'm going to go Seattle. Kings taking on the Stars. I got to go to Stars. Carolina, Colorado. Give me Colorado. Montreal and Edmonton. I'm going to roll with Edmonton. We've got NBA schedule. Just 2 games tonight. Oklahoma City taking on the Pacers of Indiana. Got to roll with the Thunder. Denver taking on Golden State. I'm going to go Denver. Denver in a close one. And then NFL tonight. I think this is a good game. I think this is a good matchup. You got a Vikings team that's coming off of a loss, a Chargers team that's coming off of a loss. I mean, the Chargers started off their season 3-0, and they were all wins against division opponents. And since then, they've gone 1-3. Chargers are 4-3 this season. Losses against the Giants, losses against the Commanders, barely beating the Dolphins, losing to the Colts last week. And you've got Minnesota coming off their loss against the Eagles. They did beat the Browns before, lost the Steelers. Short week. It's Los Angeles. I'm going to go with the Chargers. But I could see this playing out either way. I know that's kind of like maybe a little bit of a cop-out, but I can see this one playing out either way. What's the line at? Chargers are, 3.5. So, yeah, if it was neutral then, Chargers would be just like a very slight favorite. So, I mean, the line's perfect, right at it. Yeah, I'm going to go Chargers. Chargers got a little embarrassed, I think, last week from the Colts. Colts, it still boggles my mind that the Colts are the best team in the NFL right now. 1 loss. Jonathan Taylor is... The Colts are on pace, did I see, to break rushing touchdowns by the Bears in 84, was it? I think I'll have to double check that maybe for tomorrow. But Jonathan Taylor, like Saquon last year, he should be getting some MVP talk. Daniel Jones is just making a boatload of cash right now. And credit to the Colts defense, too. They're playing very well. Nobody saw this. Nobody. I don't care. Man, what a start to the season for the Colts. And really, when you look at it, too, with the Colts, let me just really quick bring this up. Where are they at here? Okay. And in that division, though, too, with how bad the Texans have gotten off to a start, Jacksonville's now kind of falling down a little bit here. But, I mean, the Colts have the Titans. They're going to win that game. Then they're at Pittsburgh. Falcons. Chiefs. After this Titans one, we'll see what they do with those 3. But right now, it sure looks like the Colts are going to the playoffs. And they're going to win the NFC or the AFC South. It's amazing. It's amazing. All right, coming up tomorrow, we'll chat with Dr. Crow, a little inside the training room. We got Brandon on. Local Sports Roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. High school football playoffs. We'll hit that up, along with some other fall sports, wrapping up their seasons, getting into the postseason action and such. So we'll hit that up with Brandon. We got a little cream of the crop. AJM Automotive, Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. All that's coming at your way tomorrow for a Football Friday as we get set for Packers and the Pittsburgh Steelers Sunday. Have a good rest of your Thursday. Same place, same time, tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. We'll chat with you then.